Peace. Salute. I am very late, but it's alright. Because it doesn't seem like it affected anyone. Peace. 2. Can a dummy? Can a dummy? The question is, can a dummy ever have common sense? Not you, Faceplant. I was just using your name. Man, I love this phone. Every day I'm finding out new special things that can be done with this phone. It's like a handheld computer. Oh wait, it is. The laws of karma and reincarnation. Of these two laws, which according to theosophy rule the universe and therefore man, a brief explanation is desirable. We give in a few words the leading idea of two laws because they spread some light on the cause and the substance of the planetary influence. For the study of astrology, it is absolutely unnecessary that one believes in reincarnation. Astrology needs no foundation of belief. Astrology only asks thorough inquiry, and this is inevitably followed by believing or knowing. I know a number of men who do not believe in reincarnation, yet nevertheless are convinced astrologers, though, in my opinion, they will, after continued study, acknowledge both the laws. The law of karma is not likely to be a stumbling block to anyone. What rational being does not accept the inexorable law of cause and effect? We see the proofs of it daily around us. Reincarnation is difficult to prove. One can become convinced of the truth of this law by logical reasoning only, for what somebody else thinks to have seen or experienced a former life is proof for us personally. The law of karma, or of cause and effect, teaches that every action, every thought, carries its inexorable consequence with it. And for man, this consequence, this reaction, can be shown in the present or in a following earthly existence. So he creates in his present life the condition, and the conditions of the present are the product of his actions in former earthly lives. Man, the individual soul, the ego, is after a certain period born anew in a material body, which latter serves him as an instrument for observation and action, to have experiences which he cannot learn on the higher astral and mental planes. This being born again ought not to be mixed up with transmigration of souls, of which it is said that a human soul can pass into a lower creature. There is no regression, but continuous evolution. We see this everywhere in nature. Man is born as man and remains man, though in his form periods of evolution he had to go through the mineral, plant, and animal condition, which does not mean that he was a mineral, a plant, or an animal. There are higher, no lower conditions to be reached by him, except in a very rare case. We must go along with the current of universal evolution on Earth, and we can only delay our own evolution in spiritual and moral sense by our thoughts and actions. But check it, we cannot, we shall see presently how we by means of astrology become able to take our evolution in hand, so that we instead of being stragglers get more and more in the front row. Every man has several weak points in his character and feels intuitively that it is his moral duty to take up the hatch against these faults, which, as occultism teaches, began for the greater part in former incarnations, when he knew less of the cosmic laws than now. However, lo, man may be morally, there is something in him which tells him what is good or bad. However, much of the conceptions of good and bad may differ with the many races and nations. For until man attains perfection, these conceptions are only relative. His standpoint in evolution points out to him the correct place where he has to be in that standpoint, combined with the good and bad consequences created in former lives, determine his place and role of conduct in this incarnation. We usually speak of good and bad karma, though these harmonious and inharmonious karma would be better. There can be no question of bad because aim and final result are harmony. So at a certain time, man becomes conscious of his duty to try and conquer his lower nature with all his faults and bad habits, until he no longer is the slave, but becomes the master. According to his success in this, he not only becomes gradually the ruler of his own destiny, but also in time he obtains the mastery of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdom, and of the forces of nature which play a part in them. But in order to become the master of nature, he must first have conquered himself. He must be able to look upon his lower nature, the non-self, unselfishly, as that which is transitory and so subservient to the higher self, which is constant, universal, the ego. This is the final purpose of our earth evolution, and whether we want or not, we must go along with this earthly growth. As we have seen, we can cooperate or oppose. In the first case, we bring ourselves in harmony with the cosmos, the source of all life. In the vast, we shut this source off to ourselves, and that means disharmony in the functions of our physical body, disturbances in our thinking, feeling, and will. And at length, it means the death of our physical instrument, our material body. With the death of the material body, man is deprived of the organs of observation and action on the physical plane. And so this matter disappears from his sphere of observation. He wakes in a world previously invisible to him, the astral world, which permeates the material world. The astral world, therefore, is in the same place, but invisible to the organs of his material body. He dwells now in the astral or emotional body, with astral organs for observation. He already possessed this astral body during his earthly existence, but he could not then consciously make use of it, because the material body thwarted him. The duration of his abode in the astral world, with its various spheres, is determined by the moral standpoint which he occupied during his physical existence, and at the end of it he also dies on this plane and becomes conscious on the mental plane, which permeates both the astral and the physical sphere, and is so in the same place. His body or vehicle is here the mental body, which was already present during his earthly and astral life, but undeveloped. In his mental sphere, the true abode of man, he assimilates the experiences of the two preceding states, and these are transmitted into characteristics and potentialities which, combined with those obtained in former lives, must incarnate with him in a new body when the time has arrived. So man has three bodies: the physical, the astral, and the mental, which correspond with the three worlds: the physical, the astral, and the mental worlds, which we therefore may regard as the three bodies of the earth. It follows that man has already in his earthly existence a body for each of these worlds. Thus, man, the ego, is many times born in a different physical body, with long intervals, during which on the earth conditions change continuously. Thus does he undergo many-sided experiences. The laws of karma and reincarnation rule over our life. Without them, we cannot imagine a rational explanation of the different phases in our existence, nor answer the question why one is born in the deepest wretchedness, with a bad character, a sick body, in surroundings where any moral progress seems impossible, whereas another sees the light in luxurious surroundings, which offer him all opportunities to develop, while at the same time he enjoys a healthy body and an excellent character. Are there greater contrasts imaginable, and is there a reasonable explanation to be found without accepting the inexorable, but just law of cause and effect and the law of reincarnation? But this is not the place to dwell at length on these things. For further study I refer to the works on theosophy. A few words, however, on these important points in question I thought very necessary, because in my opinion they are to a certain degree inseparable from astrology. In order to understand the one well, the other is necessary. They supplement one another. Astrology is the how of life, karma the why. That's very, I had to share that. I read that this morning. This is a new thing that I am researching, called Astrology, Teachings and Ethics. And I've seen a part on karma. And I'm a very strong, peace, Christos, Phil, Marcel. I'm a very strong knower of karma. Kimba, I don't want to say believer, because I know there's karma. Sometimes it doesn't act fast enough. And sometimes, peace D. Allen Warren, and sometimes I think there's loopholes in this karma. Especially for these manipulators in high position. Who's Cage? You got his link? Alright. Yeah, YouTube don't even, they're screwing with me. As they always have since this YouTube change. They don't tell me when people sub. Seriously, when I get people sub, it doesn't even tell them. Once in a while, I'll get a notification of a sub. But 99% of the time, it never tells me, which is odd. And they screw up my channel all the way around. Like, I think I've made a decision to erase almost all my videos, old ones. I was gonna leave them, but I don't know. I know I erased them out of my phone for the most part. It's time for a new page, a new chapter. How's everybody doing? Who likes my new avatar? I know Christos likes it. Yeah, that's why I did it, Marcel. All the ones that are on my channel, I had them saved up, and I said, nah, it's time to get rid of this old energy. I annihilated them all out of my phone this morning. About 15 videos. I said, I'm gonna start a whole new start. New intro. I erased my, well no, I kept one old intro. So I like it. I created it. I patched it all together. Yeah, I got this from some guy's video. He was picking these, and he was acting like a weenie. He was cooking them, and he ate a little piece. He was like, they're poisonous. He's acting like a weenie. I would have been like, man, I would have ate all of them. I would have been seeing Mario Brothers running around. I would have been arm wrestling Bowser. This cat put butter. He cooked these things in the frying pan. He put butter, salt, and pepper on it. I'm like, you're a weenie, bro. Eat the damn thing. Peace, S. Of course, I'm not surprised, S, on that. There's a whole lot of stuff that's been going down. Weird shit all around. See, people got to think, right? What's the Skull and Bones number? 223, right? What year is it? 2023. This is their aligned year. This is the year of the Skull and Bones. This is the year that you're going to see the most craziest shit you've ever seen. Alien invasion, who knows? Look at the Skull and Bones. 223. When I seen that, it was like, bing! A light went off in my head. I said, no. I said, well, fasten your seatbelt this year. I didn't erase them from YouTube yet. I said from my phone. I need more room anyway. I like to see my growth too, but I know my growth also. Sometimes I feel like I have to have something to prove. Most of the time it's just for myself, and then I realize sometimes I think I have something to prove to other people, but then I'm like, why? What the hell should I care what people think? What's the difference between occult and occult? Chief 18 Wheels, peace. Being a truck driver, that must be pretty dope driving around the country. Back when they had them truckers going across country to DC, I used to watch this one trucker because he used to show and his driving. When I was younger, I wanted to be a trucker just for that reason. Because my uncle worked for a moving company that used to be called a Modios in Connecticut, where I live, and he used to go everywhere. He's been to every state, and how do I know? Because he would bring back magnets to put on the fridge, and he had every freaking state, Alaska, all of them, except Hawaii. I don't. It's obviously you can't drive a truck over water, but I even think he had Mexico and Canada somehow. But I know every state. How does that work if you want to go to Alaska, right? You got to drive to Canada. Um, all this shit with driver's license is bullshit. You're asking permission to drive on your road that you pay taxes for. This whole system is hypocritical and full of shit when you really start digging into it. I dropped the link, no? See? It won't go through. It's always something with these people. They must flag my channel and because I was gonna say a cult is more or less excuse me. Yeah, it could be cultural. I get it because of the wording, but a cult from there's there's probably good cults and bad, obviously that's in everything, but they only project these evil cults that you know drink cyanide and shit, or but I'm talking more of the occult with the OCCULT. That's what you want. You want the OCCULT teachings. because that's everything they stole and they keep for themselves. I mean, I'm not saying everything, I don't agree with everything they say, but I cherry pick all their information because they heisted all that shit. And then they try to act like it's theirs. Imagine how many like tribes they have annihilated out of history or out of existence. They're not even spoken about. I wonder how many of my ancestors back in them days when they were crusading, like, just because you trace your last name back, I was thinking, what if your ancestors had different last names? What if they changed them? You know, what if last names didn't even matter way back then? If you do it good, you only drink it once. That's what I'm saying, Phil. That's why I don't even like, and even to trace your ancestors back, um, you're only going to get so far because I personally don't think they only keep track of ancestors when you're slaved in the system. Like, look at birth certificates. They didn't matter until what, 1933? Some in them days, somewhere around there. My grand lived in the days when there's no birth certificate. Or was that the SSI? One of the two. But either way, even as a young child, I would ask questions like, why we have birth certificates? Why do we have to carry a number? I used to think like I was a toy on a shelf with the code, because that's what we are, to them at least.
That's what it feels like sometimes, right?
Yeah. Like, I always ask myself, are we, or not we, but are people that dumb? Or is witchcraft that strong? Because I always question to myself, why do we even listen to these people? You know?
No.
I don't never get an answer. I'll never have an answer for the most part, because you could look at it from so many angles.
Well, but I don't know. It's been last week. I've been watching the stuff that how long ago they dug deep into how the mind controlling us people, how well it would thoroughly work. And when I watched that stuff, I was like, wow. They went deep in to see if it would really work on us, and it did. I mean,
Yeah.
and then they ran with it, They ran. It
Well,
was
back in the
deep.
day, they beat you, or inflict pain until you
Yeah, right, Bill? Yeah.
Well, it ain't that strong, 'cause it don't work on me.
Well, okay, now hold on a second, but think about this now, Chuck. Listen. We wanna say that now, but has it never worked on you throughout your whole life? That's the whole thing.
No?
Like never. So you saw through everything your whole life.
Yeah.
Everything all the time. Movies, everything. Think about everything down to every last scenario. Movies,
Maybe not. Maybe not like Hollywood.
Okay, yeah. So there it is, like Phil said, it is strong. It's very strong now. A lot of us didn't fall for it.
And that's only because I didn't know. I didn't know about cults and until I got a little older. Until I'm like about 17 or not earlier than that. I started learning about occult maybe 13, 14 around there. And then I started to learn the symbols that they were. By 18, I knew about the symbols they use and the checkerboard floor and all that stuff. But we didn't have internet, so the access to get the knowledge was very hard. You had to know people in them lodges to get that knowledge. But now you ain't gonna get all their secrets, but you're gonna get the occult philosophy, the philosophy, the esoteric side. But it's not hard to piece together once you start digging. But yeah, I've always seen through the government. I'm very thankful that I had my grandpa, and if it wasn't for my grandpa always motherfucking the TV watching CNN, and calling them crooks, I've always been vigilant, even as a child. Children are always like that anyway. Most children are always they're listening. Believe that. Children are always listening, and they're always, well, at least I always ask questions. Or I'd find out on my own, like sticking forks in the socket. But anyway.
Yeah, so it's like your lack of okay, so yeah, so it's like the lack of your the lack of knowledge. I'm over here taking notes like a mad scientist. I love that I do this all the time. That's when my mind expands and opens. Yeah, so it's like lack of knowledge don't make you quite as aware. But there still have to be some avenues we all fell for at some certain point in time in our life. That's why I'm saying how strong it is. I don't care if it's the smallest thing, there's something we fell for, and then we might have found out and figured it out. But because look, it's everywhere, it's all around us, it's at every avenue and angle.
The food. That's one thing I could say I was very ignorant with is food.
Yeah.
And I would never think, like, you would never think they would do that to the food or water, especially your own government. I already knew they were crooks as far as stealing money and shit and lying to the people. But, that's why I used to think the FDA was in place for stuff like that. And I didn't start questioning it until my mother died from the baby powder. So that was about 20 years old right there.
Yeah. Look at Marcel's comment. Just to make you laugh. Look at Marcel's comment. Yeah, look at his comment.
No, a fart falls under alchemy.
I gotta get my tea. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is what I want to tell you. I want to make a joke. I just want to lighten up for a second. When I was, I was streaming from my shed, working on my plants, Charles. And when I came over, I ended my stream, to do a couple things. I come over here because I saw you were going live. And when I put my phone on, and I saw the mushroom, and I saw the mushroom talking. Okay. And then what you were talking about, which I wasn't really putting together because I was in my own little reality and I was feeling good and laughing. But the words you were saying, going along with the talking mushroom. And then you brought up the part of something about someone or something being a penis. Just the whole combination. A weenie. That's right. A weenie. Just the whole combination. I had a hard time making it from my shed just in the house because you were making me laugh. As I'm looking at a mushroom in my hand and I'm like, and I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm trying to take it serious, but the words were going along with the talking weenie. So I was just like, yeah, I had to put my phone down to come in the house to make it on the computer because I was like, you're gonna have me on the floor. Yeah, so that was funny. That was a nice way to lighten up the morning. Yeah, I'm gonna get my tea.
Yeah, he was eating that mushroom like a weenie. Who puts salt and pepper and butter on these mushrooms? Like, I've never heard of that. You don't eat tripping mushrooms in your frying pan. Like, I was looking at him like, what the hell's he doing? And he's like, they're poisonous. Like, he was trying to act like a baby. Like,
What's the flavor?
I'm like, bro, eat them all right now. What are you waiting on? Time to take a trip.
You want some flavor?
Yeah. He said, I'm only going to eat a little piece. I'll send you the video later.
Okay. I'm going to get my tea. I'll be right back.
Peace, Osen Yemi. Soama. But yeah, I had to read that part on karma. You know, I've done things in my life where they always say it gets you tenfold. Like, if you steal $5 from someone, you're gonna end up losing $100. Like today, I had 3 people ask me, 3 people that I think are pretty much homeless. One asked me to buy him a coffee, one asked me for cigarettes, and the other one asked me for change. Back to back to back.
Yeah. That's I don't like to see that.
Yeah. I try to help people when they ask me, you know, even if I don't have it, I'll still most likely, if I had like $3 on me, I would still give them $1. Like, fuck it, man. It's no big deal.
Exactly. That's where I always clash with my parents, Charles, because, you know, they made their money through their life. You know, they faithfully, you know, worked a job for 50 years, which, you know, that's good. That's, you know, I'm proud they did what they did. But when they see me go to give like a homeless person $1 or something on the street, they'll be like, they just get, you know, that, you should do that. And I'll be like, God, why? You only got like $3 in your name. I'll make it, well, I ain't do another one. You know? And my parents had that, and I was just like, and now over time, like my mom does it now. Now my mom will do it. My mom's now, but my dad, no, my dad won't do it. He still has that holier than thou attitude. Like, you should have worked. We all, you know, and it's like, okay, whatever, you know, whatever.
Well, I look at it like this: as hold on, I almost called you Karma, Kimbo. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, I look at it like this. As much as they screw us over, it's fair game to screw them over right back.
Fair game.
Yeah, fair game. The government gives away our tax money to other countries instead of helping our people. They steal they say we're in debt, knowing goddamn well. How are you in debt? You print fucking money, but we're in debt. I don't believe that. Not one bit.
Something to scare us. Yeah.
Like me in Michigan that were saying, how are you giving other countries hundreds of trillions of dollars when we're $68 trillion in debt? Shouldn't you pay that debt off? You know, these people ain't responsible. They're thieves. And they're robbing us. There's so many people hungry and homeless in this country. It shouldn't be like that. As much taxes as we pay, everyone should be good. Bullshit. Feel like uppercutting somebody right now.
Yes, but we will not, because we have to keep a good time and learn.
We gotta give Kimbo the damn it, what Bowser? We gotta give you the Bowser
The Bowser what?
Yeah, from Mario Brothers. He got Mario, I got the mushroom, and you need Bowser now, or Luigi.
Oh, Luigi. Oh yeah, Luigi. Happy Luigi.
Yeah, I figured this would be appropriate.
It is. It's perfect. Yeah, I'm a little. I have my American flag. Don't tread on me. That's a little weird, right? That's out of the whole scenario.
I just went to, I put in Mario Brothers, took a screenshot, and boom, here I am.
Yep.
That simple.
Yeah. My
We
computer.
don't want to hear about your American flag, Kim.
It says don't tread on me. Right, don't tread on me.
This blue. What the hell was I just gonna say? I hate when that happens. It happens too much. Oh man, I had another brain fart. My brain has gas. Damn it, man. What was I gonna say? It was very important.
Well, good thing about gas, it always releases.
Anyway, who cares? It's been wiped out of my head.
It wasn't meant to be. So how'd your day start, Charles, already? What did you do? Did you go on a walk? Did you take the bus ride?
Every day I walk.
Okay.
Keep that blood flowing.
Yeah.
I have 100% proof and watched it. If you sit around, like, I'm not trying to. My mother was manic depressive, so she would sit in the house all day, and that's self-destruction.
Oh yeah.
To the body and the mind. And I've watched people that had cancer just sit all day, and I think it makes it worse. Just sitting around all day, being stagnant.
Yeah.
You got to stay in motion.
Yeah, it's almost like a giving up point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what my dad did, but he did have his toes cut off. I'll give him that.
Oh.
That happened to my friend. He had diabetes, and he has diabetes, and they give. I said, "Damn, bro, you got." He's like, "Yeah, but I got not a synthetic toe. What is it called? A prosthetic toe." They
were working on dads.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool shit. It's an insert in your boot or something, I think, or in his. It was anyway.
I was guessing, how do they do that? A little I mean, out of a foot, but just a toe?
Well, it's like a mold. It's so your feet feel normal when you're walking.
Yeah, it's balance. If your big toe gets cut off, you're going to be off balance.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
When you walk, when you walk, the weight is on your big toe.
Okay.
You lead off with the big toe always when you go to step. So if you have no big toe, it's going to be, I can't imagine. I don't want to.
Yeah. So
I told Dad he walks like King of the Hills father, his dad. That's what Dad was walking like.
That's crazy, Phil.
What?
Your dad, my aunt had her toes cut off from diabetes.
I think that's how he died, because I think a blood clot got loose and got him.
And my friend just got his toes cut off. I mean,
the toes.
Yeah, diabetic. And I don't get it, right? I'm trying to think how.
Well, the circulation stops there first.
Yeah.
Is what happens, and it turns black.
Well, yeah, that's what he said happened too. God dang it. Man, There has to be a cure for diabetes. There has to be, man. It's a sugar problem.
Dad had 2 nose swabs, and he slept with that woman with them Sprite proteins. He lost 26 pounds the first month, brother.
From what?
From sleeping with that woman.
What?
Spike proteins, the the clot shot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of words not to say.
Oh,
I get it now.
she got it and he slept with her? Really?
Yep, and and she released the proteins to him.
So is that really a thing?
Yes,
like if you don't get that, you don't want to see
yes.
with someone who got it?
Absolutely, don't come in contact with them.
So I've been talking to people about this. So it's like it's crazy. We already have to worry about who you're with. Now you get this or not.
Yes, I've like passed up 2 ladies because of it.
And what if they lie to you and they don't? Do you have to ask?
Well, you got to ask them for their card, I guess.
Oh no!
You don't trust nobody.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's come to that. Yeah, here we are.
Oh man! Excuse me.
Yeah, I've been saying it. Nobody paying attention to me.
Sex life.
No, I haven't had the shot. Have you had the shot? I'll meet you halfway, Kim. We can have sex and then go back home. I'll rock your world, girl.
That's crazy. So
it
you
is
worry about background check if you've done this. If
it
you
sucks. Yeah, here we are.
Oh no.
Yep. Nobody pays attention
I've been talking
to
about this with people too, and I was like, "That's crazy."
Yeah, I've seen it firsthand, living proof. I even told my dad. Dad and I fought about it for 3 months. And then, because he was going to have this girl down that he was talking to, and he'd already been with her previously, but she went to prison for on something stupid, for a fake $20 bill. She went to prison for 3 years.
No, I'm joking.
That's great. Really? Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, she went 1.5 years. She got out on probation or parole, and then fucked up and had to go back and finish it out. Well, then she wanted to come back. Well, they gave her the shot twice in prison. They forced her to take it.
She couldn't deny it?
Well, she didn't. You know, people don't want to sit in the fucking hole for a fucking week, 2 weeks. I would. I have. I sit in the hole for fucking week, 6 days.
I would have.
Yeah,
fucking hell, I would have. I'd have done a month. I'd have done the whole 3 months in there. I don't give a fuck.
She's lucky they gave her the option because you're state property when you're in there.
You got no rights.
Yeah.
I was thinking
they own you.
Yeah.
That's why you don't sign no paperwork like Christopher Hauser did. And if they do it for you, that's forgery.
Yep. Yeah, even the name on your tag is against the law.
Yeah, they sign it.
Yep.
Well, now you sign in computers. Now, picture how easy it's going to be for people to forge your fucking signature now. All you gotta do is copy paste.
Well, they got
computer signing now.
Yeah, you have to sign on that pad though.
Yeah, but once it's in the computer, you could fucking screenshot it, cut it.
Yeah.
You can do it a lot easier than mimicking someone's signature.
Well, then it's your word against theirs. So if it looks exactly the same as one 3 years ago, and it's the same fucking signature, it's going to be obvious that it's a forgery.
Sorry to hear that, ass. Damn. See, that's why we got to do something about that. I don't really like getting on the MED topics.
Me neither.
Those people need to be held accountable. Like, who hands that stuff out? Who dances on TikTok and cons people to go do it? I mean, these people are evil, man. They have no care. They would give it to their fucking child just to get money. I mean, that's how evil. And
Yeah,
this
or they
that's
totally
what keeps
believe
my
it.
fire burning, man. Is one day
Hmm.
these people are gonna suffer and pay. I
Or
am
they
Karma. That's my middle name.
no, your middle name's Duh.
Oh, duh, duh.
Sorry, Chuck. I couldn't help that one. It
No,
should
that's a
say,
good one.
hey,
I
it
never
should,
even
yeah,
thought of
good.
it. Wow.
Peace, chat. Oh, there's Bex. Peace.
Whatever happened to Anna K, man?
I'll email her.
Oh, yes. That's a good question. I haven't seen her.
I've been wondering about her. She just disappeared. Hope she's all right. Maybe she don't like me no more.
No, you gotta stop thinking that way, Charles.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I believe that this is one of those things that you need to break. Like is like assuming I would just leave without saying anything, like saying bye, love you, Chuck, shit like that.
Yeah.
I think it's part of we all have it. It's part of a personality that they've created for us. That it's hard to break. Like me saying, it's like me saying kid all the time. I want to consciously say child, not baby goat.
Yeah. That's
Shit
what I
like
was telling
that.
Kimber yesterday.
Yeah.
They call us kids.
My mind will go there too. I'll be like, "Why won't you?" And then I'm like, "Stop! I gotta catch myself. Like, stop! What do you know? Because that isn't us. That's like not us speaking. It's coming from something else. So
Here's
you
the
and be like,
here's the dangerous part of it.
Definition, like I said, no way, man. They got us. I was like, no way are we calling calling children kids. I'm like, yo, we are sheep.
Right? Well, here's a dangerous thing of it. People are like, "Oh, you know what I mean," or "You know my intention." Yeah, we do, and yeah, you have good intentions, but if you don't want to consciously change, like you just said, Chuck, damn, we have been fucked basically. So if you don't want to consciously change it, are you one of us? I want to consciously change it. I want to speak different. That's the way I feel about it. So.
Damn, Lapis Blue hasn't seen Anna either. She said no in quite some time. Yeah, if you could email her, ask her how she's doing.
I sent her your email too. All right, I will.
Yeah, I almost forgot all about her till you said her name, Charles.
Oh, I don't forget anybody.
Hi.
Yeah, okay. Marcel.
Everybody okay?
All the people that always come here, I don't forget about them.
Yeah. Well, I'm good. I'm good. I'll speak for me. I'm good.
That's good.
I started my day off good.
Yeah.
And then I like to see other people start their day off good too. You know what I mean? Let's see people happy. Even though we know what's going on, we know. We get it. But don't want to live in that dread all day. That's all.
I had a long day in the garden.
That's what I just came from. I was 3 hours in my grow shed.
I would work in my garden barefoot.
Oh yeah, I do. I do a lot, Charles. I run around barefoot a lot because when I'm barefoot, release anything you've got going on. Like your back, anything, it releases it all because coming out of your feet. Oh yeah, so I can go out there all creeped up or have a cramp as soon as I'm barefoot. It's like after a couple minutes, it's like, oh, there we go. On the side, you shut that out. Now we're good.
Yeah. I walked barefoot into the supermarket again, and you'd see people look at you walking barefoot into the store.
I run in the gas station around here barefoot because we're in the country. We're in the country, people barely wear clothes around here. So yeah, I'll run there barefoot, and some people will be like, and then other people It's like it's normal.
The other night, I went to a friend's house. I rode the 4-wheeler. My truck won't start, so I took the 4-wheeler, rode to the gas station, got gas, got cigarettes, went to my friends. I ended up coming home at like 10 o'clock at night. Well, the 4-wheeler died. Something happened. I don't know what. I had to push it off into the woods and cover it up. I was a mile from home.
Yeah.
It was 10 o'clock at night. So the road, I had Hey Dudes on, if you know what those shoes are.
Yeah.
So I ended up going up in the field and taking my shoes off and walking in the field because there's a cattle field there. I ended up stepping in a big pile of shit.
That's always fun, right?
Just my toes. It was okay. Just my toes. So then there's a pond and I had to get back on the road because there's a pond. I was trying not to walk on the rocks. So I just laid there with my feet up on a log and my back on the ground, and I made a spot. It took me 5.5 hours to walk 1 mile.
Shit between your toes, shit squished.
Yeah, it was just, I'm like, fuck, man. How worse can this get? I was just laying in the dirt. I didn't give a shit. It was pretty funny.
I love those moments where you're just like, right? You're like,
I was thinking, do I lay? Because it's country road. It's a gravel road, and the only person, see, there I go, person. The only man I know that is on that road in the morning is the farmer. He's taking his tractor. He's taking round bales to those cattle, and he's always there around 9 or 10 in the morning. So it's like, do I lay on the 4-wheeler, try to fall asleep, and wait for him to come, or do I just say fuck it and walk home? Because I got a bad hip, Yeah, my hip's real bad from that wreck. So you were, and I didn't have a cane with me. I didn't have nothing. So, I
laughed at Phil, but I had that like 2.5 weeks ago. But that wasn't cow shit; it was dog shit. That isn't funny, but it's funny when.
Yeah, it's funny. It was funny. I laughed when I did it. I was waiting. It's like walking in a landmine. I thought, well, I just fucking lost my toes.
Right. It's that initial shock value, when you first step it, and because you feel, and you're like, ow. When you're like, ow.
Man. I didn't press enter.
What's that, Chuck?
No, I was trying to write something in the comments to S. I know how it feels. I lost friends because of that, and trying to open their eyes that we're not on the ball. Many things. People say I'm crazy, but in reality, they're the crazy ones.
Yeah.
We are in a backwards world.
Smoke and mirrors and upside down.
Like, I don't get when you tell people, bro, how are we flying through space on the ball when you see the same constellations every night? They're always there, the same stars. That alone should have them researching, like, wait a minute, that makes sense. Or the water leveling out. That was the first thing I heard. I laughed at Flat Earth until I watched Eric Dubé. That was the first thing he said, and I was like, I had to pause the video. I was like, damn. Huh.
Hey, Chuck.
And that was it.
I got this is some good information I'm about to share with you here. I've been dealing with this for a long time. It's called the Veil of Moses. Now, when people see Flat Earth, they go into the Bible because it's in the Old Testament. And they believe, well, the Earth's flat is a truth in the Old Testament. So Moses, the law must be truth in the Old Testament.
Yeah, you don't even need a Bible to prove there's.
No, I know that. I know that. I know that. You know that. We're not like
they don't.
Right, they don't.
They won't question that book, which don't make sense.
No, they do question everything else. Yeah, they question it, but then they see that truth in there. They're like, oh, that truth's in there, so this must be truth too.
Yeah, they put truth all in there.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is it's a curse, because if you go to 2 Corinthians 3:14 through 16, it tells you right there that it's called the Veil of Moses. That it's the 666. spell I was talking about yesterday. Right there. That's a good example of it. I just wanted to share that with you.
It's interesting, Phil. Yeah. Because you want to hear my little take on the little details of all the stuff they lied about?
Yes,
This is
please.
my little take on it, okay? Because like I've been down a lot of these holes, to where they get redundant, where you're like, oh, that's enough, like
Right.
that's enough.
Right.
And between whether it's the flat Earth, the ball Earth, this one, this, and this, I see them as all big psyops to me. Like, now we're really going to get people confused, because now not only is a lie being thrown at, that one lie has now got people divided and talking about the details over that one. Then you got this
Exactly.
so when people go into, for me, this is my perception. For me, frankly, Scarlet, I don't give a damn if it was shaped like a dinosaur, or a unicorn.
Right.
And so, because people aren't going to get there yet, but I know one thing: I want window seat, whatever we're on.
No, I believe I'm right there with you. I look at everything as a psyop.
So many people go back and forth with the details, and
It's stupid.
and there's people that are hell bent on we're on a ball, and they're not changing their mind. Like I'm around them, and they're not changing.
Right.
Then they're the ones hell bent on it's flat, and I'm over here like that causes now more division between those people, and that's why I'm like, I don't care. Let's all get together, no matter the size, shape, color. Let's hook like a chain.
Yep. I'm with you.
Because when it comes down to it, you go by your experiences, what you've seen, what you've researched, what you've got inside you as information. If you're even aware that you can get information yourself, all that combined is going to make up your mind.
Yep.
And
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say for sure is it's not moving. I know we're stationary. That's the only thing I can say factually.
Same. That's like my thing. I don't buy the fact that we're all stuck to a ball and it's going and everything's just working perfectly, and we're all working our jobs and taking our dogs out and doing laundry while we're all stuck to a ball. I never bought that my whole life. Okay?
Right? Me neither. Yeah.
But it's like the plane. My theory around the whole thing, and I didn't research nothing, but I came up with this one day. I was like, you know what? It kind of makes sense, because if we're on a contained ball, we have to pay to travel, borders, passports, country, jet, fuel, gas, luggage, all that crap, right? Submarines, train. I can go on and on, okay? But if you're on a flat plane, you are free to roam. So they're not. How can they keep you from, like back in the day? How could when the NATO's
Right. I never looked at it like that, but that
I
makes
came up
sense.
with that all on my own, and I didn't go nowhere. I didn't watch nothing. I just was like, huh. Yep, there we go. There's my answer.
I like it.
And no one's going to persuade them. And it could be shaped like boop, boop, boop. It could be like doo-doo-doo. It could be like...
Hey, Marcel, your mic's a little low, bud. I heard you, but I could barely hear you.
No, sorry.
Really?
Yeah, maybe you weren't talking into it quite well enough. You don't speak loud anyway.
Away from the microphone.
Oh, okay. You're quiet to speaker anyway, so.
I didn't change the settings. It's still the same volume, but I'm a
There
little
you
bit
go.
From the.
That's good. That's perfect right there. That's a lot better.
Okay.
How you doing today besides the garden work?
Good. I just finished my meal. So it was good.
Right. What'd you have?
French beans and herbs and a little bit of ketchup and peanut butter and meatloaf with herbs and spices.
Nice.
All together in some coconut oil and adding some water all the time. So it was a good meal.
Wow. That sounds different. It sounds good. I don't know about the peanut butter and ketchup together, but other than that, yeah.
Oh, no ketchup, no ketchup. Ketchup.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I'm trying to picture that combination, right? Ooh.
Yeah, I was. I was like,
I'm not an American that puts ketchup on most things.
Oh, Marcel, I'm hurt. I put ketchup on a lot.
No, that's not an attack.
He's profiling us, Kim. He's profiling us from over there.
We got a
You damn Americans, ketchup on everything.
Yeah, we eat on fries, for instance. We eat mayonnaise and curry, and curry.
Oh, okay.
And,
that sounds good, actually.
yeah, or with satay sauce and mayonnaise.
Okay.
Yeah. All kinds of other sauce we put on fries and other snacks. And ketchup is not one of them, in my case.
Have you mixed ketchup and mayonnaise?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I do tend to put some ketchup when I'm making meatballs.
Okay.
And I make it a part of the
lumpies.
Yeah, make it a part of the sauce where the meatballs are in.
Right on.
That's pretty good.
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, but hey, Kim, you want to talk about that thumbnail?
Hold on. Sorry. My mom was right here. Mom, I'm sorry. Hold on.
What'd you see in it? That's what I want to ask you.
Seeing what?
Your thumbnail photo.
You mean the snake?
Yeah, what I'm getting is the astral. The astral is reptilian. We're flesh. The astral's reptilian, and then what would the other body be?
The hypocrisy of the hypocrite. The hippo.
There you go. Okay. Is the hippo in the? That's the third body.
There's a hippo and the hypocrisy.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. You said there was 3 bodies, right?
Yeah. The mental, the physical, and the astral.
Okay, what do those 3 bodies look like? I'm saying one is reptilian looking, one is this body. What's the third one? The hippopotamus?
No.
Okay.
You're the body of light, the physical, and I don't know what the third one would look like.
Well, I say one's reptilian. That's DMT world. The astral.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh no, Christos would have to come up here and talk about it too, I guess.
Yeah. Where is testosterone? Testosterone, where are you? Where the fuck is Lucid? More or less. Ketchup is Sohasas.
And then ketchup is soy sauce.
Oh, I didn't know you spelled soy with a J. Soy. Are you a soy boy? Soy milk is horrible.
It's just good in some meals, but soy milk is different from soy sauce.
You know, I got this receiver, and it worked really good. It's an old receiver. It's a Onkyo, even though I don't like stuff made in Asia. because it
Yeah.
takes jobs away from people here.
Oncure is
And,
good. Oncure.
we need to fix that problem. People are lucky. If I was president, China would hate Chuck because I would take all their garbage products off our shelves. It's trash. Everything they make is trash. It falls apart. It don't work long. It's garbage. And I don't blame the people that make it. They get like 5 cents a week to work. Like I would hurry up and make it too. I wouldn't want to be there.
Hey Chuck, if it makes you feel any better, China probably already does hate you, buddy.
Right. Hate all of us.
I don't hate the people. I feel bad for them. If anyone should rise up, they should have been slapped their fucking leader right in the face. I don't. Those people are very obedient, and I don't get why. You know, they're treated very badly.
You know, basically, we don't know anything going on in China. We only see and hear some stuff, but we don't know if that's really what's going on there. At least that's my opinion. And that counts for every country, basically.
I talked to Australians who are Chinese who have close ties with China, and it's pretty much what we think it is.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so you know people. Okay, you know
Yeah, I
people.
know personally people. Yeah, I know a lady. She's living in Australia now at the moment, but yes, her family. She's 100% Chinese.
It's bad, you mean?
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. There's good areas like in the country, the farmlands. You know, those are good areas. The cities are bad.
Wow.
It's like they're trying to make a control. You know, and she said what's really bad is everybody snitches on everybody there.
Yeah, and that's what they want to bring here, that point system. No way. People, the sad part is, like, you know, I don't know. I see people just going along with everything. I don't know what happened to this country, but it used to be more. People used to actually stand for something. It collapsed very quickly. I don't know how and when. Maybe most of the warriors are in prison. You know, maybe that's why the police are scooping up people like that.
I think all the good men have died in wars that wasn't their war, and they believed the lie back in the day. You know, that's how they weakened every country, basically.
You know how many people? You know, there's negative sides to these organizations and stuff, but there was a lot of good warriors that would protect the neighborhood and teach the youth truth, and now they're all in prison doing life because the government had to get them out of there to break up the community. You know, they had to get the good leaders, scoop them up, and just smoke their boots so they'll never come home. And yeah.
Yeah, but look at the between the First and the Second World War, that all the good men went to war, trying to, and they still believed in that they were doing a good thing, and the mafia was wreaking havoc all around the United States. You know.
Yeah, they're the ones who rule here, the mafia, for sure. The Jewish mafia.
Yeah, so all the criminals are at home, and the good men are dying on the front. You know.
Yes, I agree.
And that's been the trick. They said that you were fighting for a cause, for world peace or whatever, and it's all a lie.
It is.
You're just fighting the war of the big corporations.
Yeah. The most hypocritical shit I always hear is we fought for your freedom. Oh, that's hilarious.
That's because that's what they thought, you know? That's what they were thought to believe.
They went, fought, and will come home and still say that. And I got respect for a lot of warriors that went and fought, but I don't got respect for the ones that know that it's bullshit and they'll still turn their cheek and lie for them and be like, you know,
Yeah, that's true.
I just say this to him, Chuck. Free dumb. Free dumb. Dumb free.
Don't worry. Jesus is coming, and so is Trump. Don't worry. They'll be here soon.
Right.
You want me to give you? You want me to share something with you guys real quick? Coming from my dad, who's from the Vietnam War. When I talked to him real quick. Oops.
What's going
I
on
got a
here?
picture.
Yeah, trying to make this picture big, but it ain't working. Why? Why is it so small? I know that I did it wrong. Now I got to go back and do it again. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway.
Well,
What is it? What is it, Kim? What were you wanting to share?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to tell you about, okay, as far as like, let me give you an instance for my dad, okay, he was in the Vietnam War, right? As a matter of fact, they pulled a Private Ryan Act with my dad and his brother, because that's when they came out with the Private Ryan Act, like right before that, right before they did it, or whatever. Around that era, let me put it that way, okay? The Vietnam War. So when my dad got out of the war and came home, his brother was still over there. So to go back and get his brother, they pulled a Private Ryan Act on him. He went out and searched for his brother in the war to get his brother. That's what my dad did, okay? Now, not too long ago, when I started, when I started to become aware of stuff, I asked my dad, so let me ask you something. When you were in the war, I said, did you ever see any war crimes or anything go down that you were highly disgusted with, that you did not believe in, that you wanted to say something, but you felt you could not? And he was like, well, no. I said, nothing? Not at all? He goes, no. And he goes, you got to understand. He goes, when you go over there, and that's why, it's hard when you're not in the shoes, He goes, when you go over there, he goes, you're under high pressure. They're smoking weed that's laced with whatever, opium or whatever, that makes them feel bulletproof, so they could run into battle and fight all them, okay? He's like, you're under mud and rain and water for days. He's like, and then, for an outlet, the men would go to the whorehouses and, sleep with the whores. And he goes, and you don't even know, there's another threat. He goes, you don't even know what's going on with them, because those little Asian women actually had razor blades up inside them. They would set these women up to potentially kill and hurt the men. So these men are under pressure the whole goddamn time, through the war. And I was like, wow. And he was like, when we were sitting there, he goes, it was just our job to kill the enemy, point blank. And I was like, what about women? He goes, the women and children were carrying shit too. He goes, as a matter of fact, he goes, some of the children and women were more scarier than the men were. He goes, so when you're in there, he goes, you are just trained, because, if you step out of bounds, you're stepping out of your brotherhood, okay? He's like, you're just trained to go in and you kill the enemy. And I'm over here like, and I'm thinking, yeah, the enemy, what we're actually doing is we're supporting our country to go in and take over and take power and control. And they use us as minions to go over and do that, and I'm like, wow. And then my dad also, I'm almost done. I'm about to wrap it up. And my dad said, and even if I did witness something that was not right or went down, he said, who was going to have my back? He goes, I might as well put a bullet in my own head. He goes, for me to come out and say something. He goes, so there's that. Next, what else? What other questions? So these are the men that I believe went down, like my dad's still alive right now, but only 50% of his heart's working. He's got Agent Orange, that Agent Orange from the war and all that. His brother already passed away a couple of years ago. So these, like you said, Marcel, a lot of these good men already died and went down. But it was their job. They were trained, go in, and by golly, you don't want to die. So you're going to,
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Now they know pretty much now they can't convince us of any more war. After after 9/11 shit, they know that nobody's going to buy war again. So this is the next alternative. You know.
Yeah, they're out. They are out of options, and now they are
Right.
coming with fake alien shit.
Yep.
You know?
This is the last hurrah.
Yeah, that's their last straw. Yeah, exactly.
Here we
People
are.
are done. Yeah, people are done.
Yeah.
I have faith people are done. Like enough people are done, like there's enough of us, and then more are gonna come along. I believe more coming along. I have more people every day. They're doing this. They feed us nothing but drama. How come so many school shootings? What's going on? How come we
You
got
know, I was just getting ready to say that. I can't believe that people haven't caught on to that so hard yet.
people are I guess it depends where you're at, like I have people around when my mom's like this, and I hear my dad, because he's got this thingy, him, the neighbor down the road, they'll be talking and bitching to each other. Do you notice all they show us drama and stuff on the news? And I'll be like, pay attention, because I tried with them. They didn't want to hear me. So I'm like, just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay
Yeah, they
attention.
see it, and then they see it in the opposite of us. So it's nuts. Yeah, it's whack.
Because I burnt myself out, and I'm like, I'm not trying to go there. I see enough people asking. I'm like, all right, I like to walk in and go, all right, just pay attention, and I walk away.
Well, the next thing will be giving up the guns. The aliens want us to give up the guns or some shit. Who knows?
Aliens, probably.
People give up their neighbor. They give up everything they are for the fucking common cold. So what will they give up the guns for? That's my point.
I know in Florida and Texas, they're going to have a hard time. See, and I know where we live at here, we have certain beliefs. Like I know, like our beliefs, you're not taking my gun unless you take my life.
Right. No, exactly.
I'm going to give you my gun. You give me all your guns first.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put them on the pile and let's light them on fire.
Mm-hmm.
That's that. But no. And there's a lot of people that are, again, but in my neck of the woods, that are over.
Mine too. Same here. Yeah.
Screaming for their amendment rights. Like, big, bold things on the back of their pickup trucks. Sporting guns. That's right. Don't. You ain't taking them. We don't care what kind of gun it is either. Because
all we have to do is look. All we have to do is look at what they've done in other countries. That's all you got to say. Here you go.
Right. So
I was surprised that Australia gave up theirs when they did. They actually killed the real Crocodile Dundee. Nobody knew that.
Really?
Yeah, they killed him. He had a .303 British Enfield rifle. He was out in the swamps. They hunted him down and fucking killed him because he wouldn't give up his rifle.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
That's a fact. That's a true story. Look it up. Yep.
Wow.
Probably going to happen with others too. Oh my.
Yeah, I learned that about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was terrible.
Oh, that long? Oh my.
It's been long. I think they did give theirs up before 9/11 happened. I thought it was in the late 90s, if I can remember right. But, I'm getting old, so my memory might be off a little bit. But yeah,
I just don't get it. I don't, it's just me. Maybe it's my perception, the way I look at it. How can you give up a gun to someone who has a gun? I just don't get it. I'm over here like.
Yeah, they've got guns.
You might as well kidnap me. Take me with you. Is what you might as well do. Okay.
Right.
Here. That's how I see it. Wait, you got a gun and you want my gun? Well, are you going to kidnap me then? Because now I'm being held hostage. That's how I see it. Because I don't have a gun to defend myself, but you do? But I don't. Nope. That's me.
Yeah. Well, I only got a baseball bat that I don't use yet. But that's a good thing, I hope, that I'm still not using it. But yeah, we always have a drawer in the kitchen full of knives, So if it has to come to it, I can defend myself. But we basically have limited weapons here. And if you have a permit, which costs a lot of money here, and you have to have all kinds of checks. Well, in my case, I've been in rehab and in a health center, so I never can get a weapon, even if I wanted to,
Yeah.
They will always pull out that card, like, oh, you had issues,
Right, exactly. Yeah, luckily I didn't get. I could have had a felony. I should technically have a felony if it was in the eyes of the courthouse. I would have about 10 of them in one sitting. But luckily, I knew what the hell they were doing wrong, so my lawyer picked them apart. Yeah, so I'm not a convicted felon.
Okay, I got the article here. It says the real Crocodile Dundee died in a drug-fueled police shootout. Rod Anzel was an outback dwelling buffalo hunter who spent months living off the land after a crocodile poaching trip went wrong, inspiring the famous Paul Hogan character. But unlike the movies, there would be no happily ever after. So we know this story is bullshit. But yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I couldn't hear what you said, Chuck.
No, I was just saying peace to no in the chat.
Oh, right on.
I was trying to get this video.
The 1986 movie Crocodile Dundee was an unlikely success story. It seemed to come out of nowhere with no big names attached and ended up as the second highest grossing movie of the year, beaten only by Top Gun. Let's see here. I'm trying to get where it's saying something important. And anyway, they shot the guy out in the
Do I sound better now?
A little bit louder. Sounds like you're talking louder though. That's all. But anyway,
so
they said he was out
on default.
Yeah, it sounds about the same.
All right, good. As long as I'm clear and people can hear me, that's all that matters. Anyway.
Yeah, you're way better than you have been. But yeah, killed the Crocodile Dundee. I think it was 98 when that happened. Something like that. If anybody's up from Australia, they can tell you when the guns were taken away. They probably tell you, confirm what I said. So, yeah, it's fucked up, ain't it?
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, and if they disarm all the people, they can do the fuck whatever they want,
Yep.
They can kill everybody if they want to,
Bang, bang, boogie.
And they have already let shine through that that is one of their main goals. So
it can't kill us. Maybe in the physical. Yeah, I want to talk about in a minute when these pictures load the flood. Or I know you don't agree with the war in the heavens, and I don't mean when I say war in the heavens, I mean in the air. Not in the fucking golden cities that they make up. I'm talking about a war with technology. Like the military has airplanes and crafts and shit. Well, so did people in the 1700s. I found tons of pictures where these people were flying all types of crazy looking shit.
I don't mean there's not a war. I mean the war is not what they say it is.
Yeah, it's not a bunch of angels with wings flying around. I think angels with wings represent craft. They were flying in like crafts, or the angels in the dome represent the toroidal field.
What about the war within? What about
well,
the
I
war
also
within,
believe
people?
Only Kimbo is saying we're talking about actual war.
No, I
You
know. I know.
You know those things I showed you the other day?
Yeah, sorry, go.
The war within, though, on the war with yourself, that's a constant war that always goes on. Especially if you're an addict or depression, any mental disability that puts a ripple or causes a alter in the ripple effect is detrimental to your health.
Go deeper, Charles. Go deeper.
And your spirit.
Go deeper. What's going on right now worldwide with the C word and us kind of expanding, learning about the chakras and kind of like I would say evolving as humans. That's why I say the war within, how we have to change our diet a lot now, what we consume. We have to control our thoughts. So I see what you're saying. We've had it all along, but even more so now, I'm thinking. Hence why
You are what you eat. That's
yeah.
saying.
So it's like we're going, and especially if, you know, some people believe in like Hopi prophecies, us purging, the earth purging, the way a lot of our bodies now, we're finally learning, oh, our food hasn't been real all along. They've had stuff in it. So if you think about that, a lot of us are having the same joint pain, losing weight, having the same issues all going on. We're purging and getting sick all over the place. That's why I say I think it's now more amped up, the war within. I'll say amped up. That's where I'm getting called. It's more amped up. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, they will not give in till the end. You know, they will fight to the end. They took all that time to get that power, so they will not give away that power very easily.
I like to see how deep Charles can go. I know you're a deep thinker, Charles. Yeah. So yes. It could be why
You don't want me to start.
Probably not. You're right. Probably not.
I was going in yesterday, but the war within yourself, yeah, it is detrimental. I watched my mother battle depression, and from the outside looking in, I never understood it. But then I get older and I go through it, and it's like, damn, it is like an actual fucking war.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is, and it's tough. It's very tough.
I used to down my mother because I didn't understand it. Like I said, it would upset me that she would sit there all day, and I'm not downing her in any way. This is my mother. I love her, but you know, certain things in life would upset me. She didn't come to my games and shit like that, and because I didn't understand depression when I should have been looking into it. But
well, you were just learning yourself, Charles. You shouldn't blame yourself.
yeah, no, I'm not blaming myself too much, only to a certain extent. But I was young and selfish and hard-headed, but I learned from all that.
Mm-hmm.
I think learning the hard way is the.
Oh damn, that was going so good.
Yeah.
Come back. Come back. He's about to reach a point and is reaching something that. Oh yeah, okay, Charles. Okay.
He's back.
Yeah, I booted myself out.
Continue. You're reaching a major goal right now for you and me both, Charles. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going about your mom. Keep going.
Like, trying to think where I was going with that.
You were trying to understand, or yeah, you weren't trying to understand, or you didn't understand, you know, because you didn't understand, or maybe you should have.
Like
Maybe
my mother, this is how karma works. The shoes my mother was in while I was growing up, I used to get upset and talk shit to her, and because she was in a depressive state for losing her mother. So then the karma comes back on me, and I lose my mother at 20 years old. My mother lost. My grandmother was, damn, I forgot how old my grandmother was. Very young. She had diabetes. So my mother was 10.
Man, that must have been hard.
So all the shit I used to talk to my mother about being depressed, saying, oh, just get up and go outside, you know. Now I understand it's not that easy, especially when you're in a depressed state. And I figured that out when I lost my mother. I was like, now I know what she went through. I used to reflect and analyze myself and be like, damn, so this is how my mother felt. Now I felt like a piece of shit. So I was understanding. I had to go through what she went through to understand. And that sometimes those are the best ways, but the worst ways. Because then it creates a real war in your mind, the regrets. The regrets are going to eat you up. And the hell they talk about the Bible, you create yourself. It's torment.
Yeah,
It's,
you can get.
especially regret.
Yeah, that's true.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. You can get stuck there in your mind. You know, it's total torture. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Charles, I want to hug you. I want to hug you. I do. I want to hug you because what you're saying is saying. Oh, I know. God, I can relate to that. You can relate. I can relate. Like
Many
understand.
people could probably relate.
Yeah. Like my mom, I think my mom is finally trying to understand me over here. Finally. And like you say, you wish you would have, maybe understood. Oh, like what you're saying is unlocking stuff for me, and it's making me heal. That's why I say I told you a while ago we were drawn to each other for a reason. You attract certain people in your life for a reason at a certain time, depending on what's going on. And I
So
got
I
that
talk
going
about it.
with my mom now. Yeah,
I
because
tell people don't hold grudges against your mother or let things slide, because when they're gone, you can't change nothing you did. You better change it now and piece everything up with you. You only got one mother and one father. I never had a father. Fuck that chump. But I'm talking about, just don't, some people hate their parents and stuff. I have friends like that, and I tell them, bro, just let that shit go. Fucking, because you might regret it when they're gone and you can't change it. That's the worst, is those type of regrets that you cannot change. There's nothing you can do but just, people say, oh, your mother will forgive you or this. You don't know. Sometimes that pisses me off when people say that. They just say it to like make you feel better, but I want, what's the word I'm looking for? I want gratification. I apologize to my mother, but I feel as though it wasn't good enough. She accepted it, but I felt like it was only because she was in the fucked up situation. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, let shit go, man.
I don't
Piece
know.
it up.
I don't know if you talked with her before all this happened. If you had a good relationship with her before all of that, did you talk to her a lot, or?
Around 11 years old is when I had we weren't rich. We grew up in the struggle for sure, but she raised me right. I don't ever say she didn't, and it was me. Around 11, I started to be a rebel, man, and rebel. I hated being poor. I hated having shitty clothes and no Nikes while everyone else, struggling, just the real struggle. And I used to hold that against her. That's why I say, instead of me I started to, how could I put it, man? It's ignorant shit at a young age.
Yeah.
Hating my own mother for being poor and shit like that, not understanding her depression. She didn't use drugs, at least as far as I know. If she did a damn good job hiding it. But I don't think she did at all. She used to drink. She did drugs before I was born, but
You know, your mother did her best.
Yeah.
And I had issues with my parents a certain time in life as well, but I know now they did everything they could, you know, and they had their own shit going on as well. So I understand that. I understand that now, you know, but back then not. I was just like you. I was just, if they say no, don't do that, I was, I think I'm gonna do that, you know. Yeah, you are just when you're younger, you're like that, you know, and now I understand what they tried to protect me from, you know, and it was all goodwill, but they didn't know everything as well, you know. I try to teach them certain things now, but it's hard, and I think the hardest for me is that some communications are not possible, including some some things going on right now, you know, things going on right now. My mom is very hard-headed. She doesn't want to know everything.
you tell her you love her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My dad as well, and it was not going that well some years ago, but I have to say, first of all, I forgave myself after certain things happened in my life, and if you can forgive yourself, you can find it in your heart to forgive others as well. They tried to, they did their best as well. You know, it's and forgiving is the hardest and the easiest when you know how to. You know, it's,
Forgiving yourself is
yeah,
hard.
yeah.
I asked my dad once when I was about 30, I don't know, maybe 32. I asked him, hey, Dad, it's been like a few years since you said you loved me. Is there anything I can do to change that? And my dad said, have you done your taxes?
Oh.
I think it's a real gift to have parents worth loving, you know, in earnest. Like, I'd love to say my dad did his best, and my dad has done his best, considering he's some kind of egomaniacal
How were your
psychopath.
grandparents back?
Pardon?
Maybe he went through. Maybe he don't know how to love. Maybe he didn't have
But if he wants to treat me poorly, and his wife want to treat me poorly, it's worse than that, Chuck. His second wife has been cashing checks in my name since I was a child. You know, like, there's lies that have been woven into the fabric of the family that, you know, I've been made to look like I'm lying and I'm crazy, and I'm not, you know? So I have no problem looking at my father's childhood. He was a born psychopath, actually. He really was. He was terrorizing his siblings. And sure, I can say, oh, his older brother died when he was a baby, and, you know, my dad was the second born son into the firstborn son's position. You know, I can look at all that. But I will not forgive people their inability to own their own mistakes, pointing fingers at me for the same mistakes. So, for instance, if I have behavioral problems because my parents, and because I still have unresolved issues with my parents, and I'm trying to resolve them with a counselor, with therapy, with myself, you know, and I'm not allowed to have any excuses for my behavior. Why am I excusing theirs? You know, like, I'm not trying to say, oh, an eye for an eye, but what I'm saying, I mean, ultimately for me, I have 4 parents. So I have my stepmom and my stepdad, and they were villainized in my family story so badly that my stepmom and my father have turned most of my full siblings against my mother, you know, just like my stepmother turned my father against me, if that's possible, you know. But ultimately, I've offered them enough understanding to know that they are incapable They're actually incapable of seeing me through even a tenth of the lens that you guys do, for instance, you know? So I'm better, you know, for me, my resolution in that relationship is understanding that I'm better off not being abused every time I'm interact with them, you know? And it's true. And I'm the villain in their story. I'm not going to say I'm innocent in the interactions, but at 14 years old, at 12 years old, you know, when your parents suddenly change things and just tell you to deal with it, or suddenly start elevating a 2-year-old to a position well above a 16-year-old, and then they kept them there the whole time. And you thought when these babies were grown, you might get to have some kind of relationship with your parent, but no, he's 20 years invested into another family. You know, and no matter how old you get, people look at you and they're like, oh, you need to just get over it. You know, meanwhile, my parents have like every year amplified the level of abuse that they can possibly put me through in a way that makes me look like I'm acting crazy when in fact they're just mean. You know,
This is what the system molds.
This is what, sorry? The system molds.
The system creates all these what's the word I'm looking for? The system breaks families up like this, creates all these fucking problems.
Yeah,
it does. But also, when do you stop? When do you step in and take personal responsibility for your own actions? Also,
well, and if you're the kind of person that steps in and does that, then and the other people won't, then you're probably best, you know, meeting part way and parting ways, you know, because even in scenarios where people don't mean to hurt people, right? If I hurt someone and I didn't mean to, I want that person to be able to come to me and tell me that I hurt them without me being dismissive. I didn't mean to. Yeah. That's just your problem. Right. You know?
In my experience, it rises and falls with communication, because some people are very bad in communicating. Yeah. Very bad. And they try to blame someone else because of their shortcomings, basically. You know, it can be close in family or with friends and or whatever. You know, yeah. Communication is key, and most people have not the inner standing or outer standing for that matter. You know, yeah.
See, as much as it forced my father to sort of fall from a bigger pedestal, conveniently for me, in the years that my parents were split up and before my dad was with somebody, which wasn't very long, but leading into those, there's probably 2 or 3 years where it wasn't serious enough for them to be involved in every event, right? So I really lucked out, and I had like dinners with my dad for my birthday only. You know, those didn't continue after the repairing, and they were never present before it. So I think part of what can happen in the system too is your dad can fall from a pedestal he never climbed up on. You know, like I thought we had a personal relationship because we went out for dinner for my birthday every year, but that's just because it was divorce time and my dad wasn't going to take 4 kids out for dinner every birthday. That's 16 meals he's got to buy. You know, and he's not wasting like money in a restaurant on 3 extra kids when it's not their birthday. So anyways, I mean, there were lots of benefits that I got from the time that actually through my teen years probably made me judge my father more, because I was like, why aren't we having these, you know, you used to take me out for dinner, you know, but he didn't, right? That was just a convenient, you know, weekend dad doing what he could to not waste his money, you know, taking all his kids out. My dad never took us out. My dad still wouldn't buy himself a coffee at McDonald's to this day. It's just a waste of money in his mind. So anyways, I'm just saying there were benefits that came from it that I think had me holding my dad in higher standards because of things that he did as a result of the separation, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been hard. No, I haven't experienced it myself, but I'm trying to get to that how that must have been, but it must have been very brutal, you know, heartbreaking even.
Especially because, like Charles said, you find out they set in and destroyed whatever, you know what I mean. They set in to destroy the family unit, and then the family falls for it. Okay, now it's like a big line of shit. The family falls for it, and then you got aspects, or certain of us that are aware of it. And like me, because I'm aware. I try desperately to keep my family together. And besides my mom, I'm working on. I got my dad right now. I'm working on at the same time. So I see both aspects. I see what has been done, and I'm trying to keep it together. And at the same time, it's like, but then when do you draw a line? When they stop the abuse? It's like, if they don't stop and it keeps amping up and amping up, when do you finally say, okay, that's enough? I'm your kid, damn it. I'm not an object. I'm not
Child.
a corporation, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, I understand not being raised from love and you didn't have it. And it's like, I can accept that to a certain extent. But when do you finally recognize for yourself as a, whatever you want to call yourself, a person, a human, a soul, whatever, when do you recognize I should be treating someone with love, especially my own family? I raised, not treat them like an object. Like here, like you say, my parents just throw money. They don't show me love. It's like, here, what do you want? You want dog? I'll buy this dog. It's like, I sometimes just want to say, I don't want your shit. I don't want your money. I want a hug. What do you say? I love you. And they're honestly incapable of it. It's like, I know it's never going to happen. So it's like, you got to forgive yourself. Like you say, Marcel, then I got to reach deep inside and forgive myself that I've tried and I still try. But if something happens, I've already forgiven myself. See, that's how far I've already forgiven myself. If something happens, I tried so much to where it's causing medical issues for me. Like when I get around my parents, I start getting upset and shaking. So if it gets that bad, I got to step back. I love them. I love them to death, and I love that they gave me life. But it's like, if you're going to keep doing that, eventually you push people up to a wall, and they get upset and they're tired of it, And it's your own parents.
What it is. Chuck mentioned that the war in your head, the inner war. I think some parents are still in that war, and they sometimes the closest, like their own children, they don't talk to them that much about that, because it's probably because they don't know how to tell stuff, or they are afraid of the reaction of their children, or they whatever, I don't know.
Some people are just assholes. They really are.
Yeah.
Some people just are. Think they're better than other people. Have wealth and have a schwack of kids, and have so much wealth and such a schwack of kids that they want to make sure only the successful ones are rewarded, and they play their game. They're just game players.
Yeah.
Like, all about themselves. And if you don't fit, you don't match the storyline. Oh, and what about her? Oh, she's still just waitressing. Whatever it is. No, I'm waitressing. I fucking love it. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't matter what was going on. It was always like, oh, and she's, it's yeah. But it was orchestrated by the government. My parents went to the government and asked, they went to court to determine how to share the children, and the court decided, well, with these ones, we'll let them pick, right? They can pick, once they can pick at the Christmas time, or they can change where they live. The rules are change where you live at Christmas or summer, and you must pick a parent, right? So it's, and my parents didn't know any better. So, and my dad wasn't, mature enough to be like, actually, I'm an egomaniac, and if they pick her, I'm going to hate them and never forgive them. He doesn't have the ability to do that, right? But that's who he is. Petty, and a grudge holder. So, I just think I'm not trying to make this about me. What I'm trying to say is, like, it took me until I was 48 years old, hung up the phone on them and never called them back, to understand some people are just assholes, and we're kind people. We come from a loving place. We want everybody to go be in utopia at the end with us if that's possible. We want everybody to be understood and forgiven and to believe the best in everybody. But part of our lesson here is to understand some people don't deserve that belief. Right? And if they do, in my opinion, that's where it's for the universe or Sky Daddy to figure out if there is one.
Sky Daddy.
Right?
Okay.
Like at that point, but we've already decided we've rounded them up over here and we're like, well, we're just kind of waiting. Right? And if he appears, if there isn't one, then it's our own universe that we either decide, then it's our voice together that we decide how people treat each other. And are we just going to keep forgiving and forgiving and forgiving and be like, it's okay. You had 8 kids. You were bound to fuck up with a couple.
Right?
Like, it's okay. You can treat 6 one way and the other 2 the other way. And it's all right. Everybody does that.
You're just going to hold it against for the rest of your life and live with the misery, or you're going to let it go?
I've let it go as best I can. I feel like I have no added pain, and I've caused them no pain for a couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm the villain in their story and they're the villain in mine. So the best thing to do was just to shut the story down. And I've told my siblings that if you want me to, I'll do what I always did. I can go crawling to those people and apologize, right? And own it all and act like it was all my fault. I can do that. Right? I can do it even better now, knowing that it's not true, even though I am sorry. It's not all my fault. Right? But that's just setting myself up for the next time they want to make my dad wants to say something purposely to hurt me, so he doesn't get to hurt me anymore. That's all. And I don't give him any ammunition and he doesn't get to hurt me. If he wanted to see me on his deathbed, I'd go. If he wanted to see me, I'd go. I'd lie through my teeth and apologize and kiss the feet in front of me if that somebody wants that to make things right, But in the meantime, I'm almost 3 years into not being hurt by these people.
I see. Okay, so yes, it's like you're grateful.
And not feeling like I need medication to go visit them. My doctor never gave me any anti-anxiety to go visit them. But if you need pills to be around people, you shouldn't be around them.
Yes. Bex, that is the reason I can't even get off of medication right now. I had to tell my parents the other day, I said, there is something wrong. I said, if when I get around you, I have to take anxiety meds just to get around you or my dad, I said, there's a problem over here. I made that clear to my mom, and I said, and now that I'm recognizing it, I said, shit, I had to take it all along. And I said, probably because I couldn't control my own anxiety, probably for society. And I said, in my own damn family? I thought for my family? That's fucked up.
Well, and that's where I would say, Kimba, as much as it's like, it may sound like unfathomable, especially to somebody who lost his mom, right? Like, I do understand how much options I have, right? That you don't have, for instance, Chuck, but I also know that my doctor treated me like I was drug-seeking behavior dealing with these people, right? And in fact, he held firm for so many years in not giving me pills, right? That he was either going to put me on a daily dose or I wanted something strong to knock me out after these altercations happen. And my doctor ended up saying, no, I'm not giving you pills just to be around people. And I was like, you're totally right. Why should I take pills to be around them? But that being said, I would say that if I had been on medication my entire life and having a different relationship with my parents, would I have just learned a different kind of dysfunction? I believe so. Like, does putting up with that, whether medicated or unmedicated, create an atmosphere where, am I being healthy by allowing them to still barrage me with abuse and me not say anything about it, for instance? So I don't know if medication's the solution or if severing the communication till you're strong, because I'm not planning, if we ever saw again, I'm not planning on going in there all fucking guns loaded and be like, we need to talk about this and blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
But I know that they would be demanding that from me. If they didn't demand that from me, I could go to a barbecue tomorrow. Right? But would I give them,
I've accepted that some things are not discussable with my parents. And that's hard, but it's the only way, because if it has to come from two sides, and I'm tired of even trying, again.
Yeah.
I did my best, and probably they think it's okay, and I will accept that. I'm not gonna. My dad's turning 70 this year, end of July. So I will not push anything anymore. If they don't want it, I will accept it. You know.
Yeah. And I
But
guess
it's always been about the communication with my family. Some things just didn't
I don't know.
came in discussions. You know, some things that just they didn't want to talk about, and it was hard for me. But probably for my sisters as well. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm from the outside looking in, but after what I went through, I would make the shit work.
I appreciate
Hi,
that
guys.
perspective. Hi, Svetlana.
Peace.
Hi.
Peace.
I want to add to the topic that you actually discussing. Basically, it's very simple. We all seen a Truman Show, right? Well, it's just one real character, and the rest of it is basically doing, basically acting. So consider this reality exactly that. So you cannot judge people like you're judging yourself, because most likely they're not alive. Like you describe your dad, there is nothing there. So basically, you dealing with, not with even a life entity. It's basically AI running the show. It's not some kind of producer. It's actually AI running the show. So by being angry, upset, uh, being hurt, you're basically just giving away your emotional energy to the system. So by withdrawing yourself from the situation, you did absolutely right thing. But you need to go deeper and forgive yourself, and just it is what it is. We've been
Yeah.
born in this world, and this world is opposite of perfect, and we know that, and we feeling it, and we don't need proof that we actually different from ours already. Just being not vaccinated or seeing Mandela effect, it's plenty
Mhm.
as a proof. And just like with when they make you pick right or left, you pick basically nothing. That's the right decision. Same thing here too. Like the less you're involved, even with your thoughts and stuff like that, just they're not there. They're just it's just an illusion. You know how easy can AI image can be created by AI scanning other people, like speech, the way they talk, the amount of words they're using, and able to create the copy of the person. It's basically sort of the same, but they sort of the AI sort of keep all those dead ones sort of alive, but they under complete and full control. So you're not dealing with similar entities like me and you. You're dealing with something else, and it's basically pure evil. You know. And as far as the medications and doctors, we already learned that the doctors is the number one cause of death of humanity. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
they're the one with whose hands basically was killed million, and people continue dying. They continue killing people. So can you trust those people with the advice, or with analyzing your life and stuff like that? I personally cannot. You know?
You know what they're doing here now, Svetlana, in the Netherlands? There was like a lot of people noticed that there were a lot of ambulances going from point A to point B, much more than normal in the fake pandemic and all that. And they started going to places where people were going to the ground, but they didn't turn on the sirens anymore. just because the people had noticed that there were a lot of ambulances going from point A to point B, so they mask basically the people that were affected or even died from you know what.
Hmm.
It's pure evil. Pure
Well,
evil.
ultimately, we can't change that because, um, like probably 5 years ago, when I was just popping out on YouTube, I was saying that AI basically has one solution to minimize energy resources, to cut out NPCs, and that's exactly what's happening. Like right now, that spike protein, it's basically a computer component which is in each one of those individuals, and AI is basically deciding who lives, who dies at this point of time, right?
Wow.
But right now, it's basically visible how many people lost in this situation, so we actually can see it. And of course, they're trying to, they're trying to not
Yeah,
to
you
show.
mean it was always there, but now it's coming into the light, so it's not. They cannot mask it anymore.
Yeah, they have to actually come up
Yeah.
with another crisis in order to cover up losses of the NPCs, basically.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Clear.
so it's something gonna happen, and I also seen these documents. By the 2025, the population is reduced by approximately like 70%. So they have to do something in about 2 years' time, less than 2 years, to cover up that stuff. Like give some kind of explanation. It's probably going to be like a no internet or no power, both,
And that's
because that's
impossible.
the only way they're going to be able to achieve the explanation for what happened. But the real
Yeah.
explanation is basically
The
AI
only reason.
cutting off the NPCs to save energy.
But that's impossible for them to do that in 2 years, right?
No, it's already the stage is already prepared. It's very easy. They have a war situation. It's basically World War III right now. So either one of the countries can be blamed. It can be Russia or it can be China, and they're just gonna say that EMP was used and blah blah blah. That is it.
Mm.
It's very easy. Like people heard about the pandemic situation way before it happened, and nobody would believe what it's going the stuff like that would be used, you know. But it has been used. It's the system is dying basically, so it's trying to conserve energy, and only energy sources, people with full souls, the ones who are able to see the truth of this place, and the ones who able to see Mandela effect, with the one who's basically giving energy to this place, you know. And as right now, we don't want to give energy anymore, and we figure out who we are. So, and at some point, we're gonna leave this place. And what's keeping us here is basically just the mental construct. Like, if you're planning something, oh, I'll do this tomorrow. Here you go. That is your mental construct. Or, for example, oh, I have to raise my kids. Here you go. That's why you're here, right? So stuff like that. But at some point, we're gonna let it go. Everything, absolutely everything. Like if you wake up and you still like, oh, I need to eat and stuff like that. Your spirit does not need food. Your spirit does not need water. Your spirit
No,
does not
it's
need air.
funny that you say that because the best times when you go to sleep or just resting is when you got nothing on your mind, right? You just
That's
totally
why you need sleep,
peace.
because in this crazy environment, you basically need to connect to yourself to heal. The
Yeah.
people who gonna go on the ground, like 2 miles on the ground, without sunlight, they're gonna mutate severely, and that's why those monsters existing, like reptilian type of people and stuff like that. It's basically when the light is not used from your soul, and which is some people using sunlight, and some people using light of the stars. Like I'm pretty sure some of us connected to the pulsars, and that's how this whole place actually getting energy and matter, hydrogen, because from the hydrogen you can make every other element of this world, which is basically like for example carbon, which have 6 hydrogens stuck together in a certain configuration. So and hydrogen provided by the stars, and I think we also cutting that stuff out. That's why they have to produce hydrogen by using certain type of scenario colliders. So they're basically colliding 2 lasers, and in a place of the collision, production of the hydrogen happen. So that's why we have over 30,000 colliders placed right now here, because stars do not want to produce hydrogen for this horrible place anymore. And by producing matter, you're also creating magnetic field. So the weakening of magnetic field, that's another problem what this place is actually experiencing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Have you ever heard of the black sun that's supposed to be inside of the realm?
I would say it's gonna be the same thing. It's like if you look at the magnetic field, right? It has top and bottom, and it has middle. So if you look, they also use the image of owl a lot, like 2 big eyes. That's what it is basically. One would be entrance and one would be exit, and
the positive and the negative.
And it's basically one of the same. So that's where energy coming from and going into. So sort of, you can say the black sun exists, and also you can say it's the opposite side of the sun. So same thing. So.
Okay. Cool. Good explanation. Thank you.
And also, the changes right now happening so severe that at certain point the water not going to be able to exist. So they have to go from the physical life to completely non-physical life. And that's what people who take ayahuasca or LSD or DMT in a smokable form seeing. So when people die, they actually not, in majority of cases, they're not coming out of this world. They basically go from physical form into non-physical form, but still staying in this trap.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of different experience with the ayahuasca. I've heard people that were going insane with it, and people that were totally at peace after it.
Well, because you're going to meet 2 types of entities. It's going to be either nice ones who, like, it's a good and bad cop situation, but they both lie. That's exactly how it's been done. And it's going to depend how much fear you have in you. If you're skittish and scared, you're going to have extremely bad trip. And if you're almost afraid of nothing, you're going to have actually a pretty decent trip. Yeah.
Pretty decent. Cool.
Yeah,
I've had bad ones as well. Not on ayahuasca, but on other stuff. But, yeah.
You don't even have to. You just go to the true life stories and listen what people saying, because after that experience, it's so vivid and so bright. They're actually describing exactly what they saw, and because of empathy, you can actually not only hear it, you can actually see what they saw. In my case, actually, when I enter that non-physical realm, I saw mandala, red mandala. You can look it up how mandala looks, right? And 2 wise serpents start appearing. And because I sort of did not know how they communicate, I was just like, in my thoughts, like, how could you, basically I was actually talking to them, but I just was thinking that, but they actually heard me. So I was basically, how could you first of all die in this place, and second of all lie to life ones to the point where this place is completely destroyed, and that's the first place that actually entities like us actually died here. You know, that's before that spirit never died, and that's the first death trap ever created. That's why it's so horrific. And what happened is they basically figured out whether you can't lie to someone who actually know, and they left.
Yeah. I had when I was recovering from drugs and use, I was reading a lot, and I was laying on my couch, feeling very poorly, and I was praying and meditating a lot in those days, and I looked at the sun, and I saw the colors green and blue, and I learned that those were healing colors, that you were healing, and I had some sort of same experience. I saw like two it looked like winged beings besides me, and they said it was going to be okay. But before that, when I was attacked at night, basically you can call it that, by entities, those were very bad, and those scared me a lot. And these beings were positive, and they said, "Oh, everything is going to be all right, and you are going to be healed and all that." So yeah, that's my experience, but I didn't tell that a lot of people. But I think I can tell it here, because most people would say to me years ago, "Oh, give some meds to Mars again," because what he's saying now is totally, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep it for yourself, basically,
And
you know.
also, the only person who can heal yourself, it's actually you. So you're basically connecting,
Yeah,
like your body is just a vessel to hold your spirit in, and when you connect into the whole spirit, which is actually all around it, the body mostly, you know, all around this whole place,
yeah,
and you get this really calm feeling, you know, like you finally in peace, you're not worried, that's when healing is actually happening.
yeah. That's my experience as well.
Yeah, so the more you get to that feeling, it's actually also, if you're able to get to that feeling at any point, you're actually fighting the matrix, because that's our future supposedly, because because time is not, it's not real. So to connect
Mm,
it to your true self and to exit this place, you actually exactly have to have that feeling, this last piece. It's endless, and you feel actually so big and so limitless at the same time. It's quite exciting.
Right?
can't
Yeah,
wait for
time
that.
time seems to only matter because of the life-death cycle. If we didn't have death, time wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
That's true, and plus there is a remnants of timeless existence is there. How many thoughts you can have in 1 second? Like, for example, you driving the car and you're about to get in an accident. It's just like you withdraw yourself from the situation and you're seeing yourself from the side. You're basically just like dilating the time, slow down the time for the moment, and allowing usually your soul to take care of it. But if you get in a state of fear um, and basically any kind of feeling, but peacefulness, it's actually that's what AI is after, actually.
the feeding of the fear.
And that includes love. That's why I do not like people who saying love and light. It's because it's straight up ridiculous.
It's straight
Love
up what?
helps
Sorry.
even the highest. I'm saying love and light. That's just a ridiculous request. It's basically they want you to sacrifice yourself for the system. Love, if you know from your own experience, romantic love hurts. Love mother to the child when you constantly worry hurts. So if it gives you pain, it's not true.
Good. Mm. Yeah, and that's where the balance
Plus,
comes in, right? The small road.
say again?
And that's where the balance comes in. Not too positive and not too negative. It's a small road that matters. The balance.
Yeah, because any polarity and you stuck to this place, basically that's what it is. And if you're capable to withdraw yourself from the reality to the point where you actually feel peacefulness, and you don't even have to talk to people, that's you're doing more to achieve liberation than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And at this point, like for probably past 5 years, I was actually attacking those people who I consider enemies, but it's like a beating dead horse, you know. They're already dead.
Mm.
So what am I was doing? It just
Yeah,
it's
waste of time, you mean?
waste of your
Mm-hmm.
own energy.
Yeah, yeah.
It,
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
even like
I
right
agree.
now, I'm trying not to even get in a conversation with a lot of people, even if I absolutely have to allow them. And after that, I'm just like having question: if you're not alive, do you even have right to even speak to me? You know? And that would apply to 99% of people.
mm-hmm.
So, do we even need that?
What were you saying? Don't go towards the light, right? Put
Do
Jesus in
not
the
go towards
headlock.
the light because you are the light. Like if you flashlight, what you're gonna see around you? You're gonna see around yourself darkness, right? And navigate by feeling. If you get this absolutely calm feeling, absolute peacefulness, that means you're flying right direction. You know? And it's
They
also gonna
say
be some a little bit excitement because we're finally out of this place.
if you look at Jesus' statues, he's blocking the light. Or no, I forgot what somebody said. That Jesus is Satan. I believe that. I don't fuck with no religion, but yeah, I've heard that a lot. Don't go towards the light.
This um, this is it. The computers got to me. I can't hear what you're saying. It basically goes like. So it's every time when I pop up on the live stream, it just give me like very short window, and I can hear people, or if I'm not allowed to do live stream at a certain amount of time, it just goes like I can't hear what people saying. People thinking that I'm rude.
Oh,
So.
can you hear me?
Thank you for listening, and just no one gonna judge you. You actually judging yourself. So focus on what pains you experience and just analyze and forgive yourself for everything. And you're gonna be okay. You know?
I agree.
Even
Thank
if
you.
even when you have a really bad situation with your parents, for example. I mean, you did not make your parents, or you did not make your children. It is what it is, and we come here alone, and we're living alone, and we're just meeting out there. You know, everyone who is alive will be alive, and we're not going to lose anyone. Everyone who dies here, we're just going to be like, oh my God, that was just an illusion when we wake up. And that's true. You know?
Well, I'm going for that.
Yeah,
That one.
thank you so much for listening. Bye.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, gem dropper, Svetlana. Just a gem. Period. Brilliant.
A lot of wisdom.
Yes.
Infrared proves we're the light. And like she said, the flesh is just a vessel for the soul or spirit. I personally don't see a difference too much, but I read that in that chapter the other day where Manly P. Hall explains the blood. If there's no blood in the body, the soul cannot be contained. It could not enter the body, and blood contains the soul. So that makes me raise more red flags, considering too, everyone's blood is different. It talks about the crystallization of blood and the memory that you carry over. Now, it makes me raise flags of why they drain our blood. Personally, I don't think you're supposed to take nothing out of this body. You're supposed to let it rot and mix back in with the earth. Or let the animals eat you. But either way.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact they drain your blood. What are they doing with it? It don't feel right. And there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, they're probably cloning it in laboratories.
Or drinking it.
Yeah, but cloning it, they will have an endless supply of blood, you know?
Or, like I said, they could be using it in these artificial robots. Instead of oil, they could be putting blood. They could trap us hair somehow. I think the Holy Grail is your fucking blood. The blue and red Kachina reminds me of blood. The blue blood, and then it hits the air, it's red.
Yeah, that could be.
It's my ridiculous theory. I'm reaching on that, but I'm not saying it's factual at all. But I
it's not ridiculous to think that. It's just normal to think about those things and let your mind go on certain topics.
Who's talking about consuming Jesus? Like I personally don't even think there was any guy named Jesus. There's just so many different variables of that story, man. Some say that's God's son. Some say it's God. So he has 150 different names. They don't even know when he. If that was God's son, you don't even know when he's born. They don't even know the official date when he was born. Like, what the fuck?
I'm the one that talks about them eating them. I think that there's overlapping stories in that book, and there's the main story is about the people that I read that manifesto of, people that breed that came here from a different realm, that they all look the same. They're all the same breed with the same. And they came here because they can't breed, and we can. And I think we were immortal. And I think that one of our brethren, okay, Phil would probably call it our father, not to put words in his mouth and be a hypocrite, but he's in the chat, so I'll ask him if that's what I could liken here, if that's how I see it when I try and put what I understand his perspective into mine. And that's why they relish and the day that one of us died for the rest of us, right, was the day that those entities gained power over us, right? But they somehow, by using that first person's blood, that first person. Yeah. That first person from us in eternity to as a physical to somehow, in fairness, that person probably gave their life and their blood, not even understanding what they were doing fully because they'd never died before, But I do think there's a them, and they consume humans, and they consume us, whether they consume us by eating us or whether they consume us just in terms of making us die and wither because of their existence here
Yeah,
and their parasitic.
They're doing
You know?
something. They're putting empty shells in the ground. They
Yeah.
take all your organs out.
Exactly.
My grandfather was an empty shell in that casket. My mother was cremated, and they told me we don't even know if that's all your mother's ashes in there. I was like, what? You know, there could be other people mixed in with it, and I'm like, the hell you type of operation you running here? And you ever like go to funerals, and when you go in them places to do the view of the body, it's a whole nother silence. Someone had brought that up. I forgot who it was on the video I was watching, and I could relate to it because I've been to so many fucking funerals. It's a whole nother silence. It's
I don't like
the smell of death, bodies, the smell of
formaldehyde.
I'll smoke some of that. No, I'm joking. PCP, anyone? I don't know. I don't like those places, and it's just it never sat with me. That's just it bugs me out that they'll cut you open. Just that alive, dead, it don't matter. It don't seem right to be cutting people open and emptying out all your organs. What are they doing with them? Making Big Macs with them? I don't fucking know.
Experimenting on us, right?
Yeah, they're doing something. I mean, you know, if they really wanted to do something, they'd get us when we go to the hospital. They already got the blood then. But if all right, we talk about frequencies and somatics and molecular structure. Now, if frequency, the vibration changes our molecular structure. Now, wouldn't our blood create a frequency or a molecular structure on its own? I mean, music and frequency alter it, but we have to have our own frequency. So if they get our blood while we're alive, I'm pretty sure they could do something with having our blood. We talked about this before, but now it's even making more sense.
Well, if you look at it as from a child, from a young age on, we have all kinds of distractions around us. Maybe that was the problem, you know, all the distractions that they put around us.
Wow, no, I didn't know that. That name, no, I didn't know that. No, no.
Rat neurons. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Can you put that on the screen? Can you put that on the screen so I can see it bigger? There we go. Since I'm blind. Imagine if I had a restroom.
Yeah, I want to do so. I got to get a microscope because I want to look at my blood, and I also want to put some blood on. I want to put it on the microscope, and then I want to hit it with frequency, see what happens under the microscope. See, no one ain't going deep like me. They want to put sand on that thing, and you know, we got metal in our blood. So imagine what these frequencies are doing to our blood and the somatics that would show up with the blood. Fuck sand. I'm gonna put my blood on that shit. I want to see what happens.
That would
There's
be a
something
fun
to them always wanting our blood.
That would be fun, Charles, to try that.
We want. Yeah, they always say they need our blood to see if we're sick and this and that. Even if you got the flu and you go to the hospital, they want your blood. Now, aren't you a doctor? Don't you know? I don't know. There's something with that.
It's a good point.
Getting everyone's DNA from prison. Like, even if you got a felony from, even if it's not a murder or They say it's, oh, if you touch something, we want to be able to get it off the crime scene. And,
Right?
you know, even if you don't commit a robbery or murder, say you got a felony for evading an accident, or it don't matter. They want your DNA. It is not, they will not let you leave prison. They don't care if your sentence is up. There's a guy that was in the cell next to mine. I was doing 4 months. One of my little skid bids, and it was like a week before I was going home. And when you're getting released and you're going to be on probation, you got to go and do paperwork, and you got to give him your DNA. And the guy, months away out of his end of sentence date. So technically, he should have been free, but he didn't want to give his DNA up. So he was already 6 months over the end of his sentence being held. And I was like, damn, I could give it up, or I could end up like this guy. I said, I'm giving it up. I'm out of here. But he stood his ground. I always think about him. I always think, what happened to that guy? Did he end up giving it up, or did he stand his ground? I hope he stood his ground.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not still in there.
Everyone has their own reason, you know, why they might cave or fight, you know, cave in or fight for their
He didn't want the government to have it. He didn't believe in that law. I forgot what he did, but it wasn't murder or robbery, and he didn't want the government to have his DNA. He refused. He said, no, I don't. I forgot what he called it.
Right.
I respect him for that.
Yeah.
Hopefully he didn't do it.
It's right to not give it. Who are they to say I want your DNA? Come on.
Right?
They probably will have
Okay.
forced it at some point, but that's totally wrong, you know. That's not
It's
right.
either for cloning or something, Marcel. I don't know. Like I said, I think this frequency, like we also brought up the star thing. Like, all right, we are a frequency, and my mother used to, you know, we used to look at the stars when I was younger, and she told me we all have stars. And she would point to the stars, and it makes me think, like, you ever see when they look at the microscopes they have? I forgot what one of them's called. Not microscopes, telescopes. They have lasers on them, so they could align with a star perfectly with the laser. And they actually get the frequency of the star, but they tap right into the star. So who's to say these people ain't tapping into our stars if we are stars, or if each star could be shooting light down, considering we are light. If we have a star, it'd be like a DVD player. The firmament would be the DVD disc or the lasers. I don't know, but you get what I'm trying to say. The stars would be the laser, and we're be the hologram or projector. So they could tap into either our blood or the star. Either way, they could tap into our frequency. There's something with it I don't trust. This whole, you know, who's to say they can't do like voodoo dolls? You know, when they get a piece of your DNA or hair,
Right.
they could make a clone of you and treat it like a voodoo doll. You know, because they got the blood. Like, I thought of many things. Like, what is going on with them wanting our DNA and blood?
We're going to give her nerve pain. Right? Can you imagine? We're going to give them this.
Think about it.
That's why I like the way you think.
We're trying to scare
I like
people.
to stick with what Svetlana said. If you go inside yourself and you go into that pain, which I did, you can heal a lot of stuff. And I think they can basically throw all the voodoo shit at you or whatever they got. it will not help. If you know yourself, they cannot destroy you.
Right?
But yeah, I'm speaking for people who don't know. That's my whole thing. Like, I'm trying to raise awareness of what these evil high magicians are capable of.
Yeah, but that's the point. Some people will not wake up.
Well,
If people are
I speak.
interested, they will find it.
There is people that will hear my voice or anyone else's voice, and it'll wake them up. They'll snap out of it. But I'm not going. I'm not gonna force shit on people. But I also ain't gonna stop. I get mad and want to, but I just can't. It's just what I'm here to do.
Mm-hmm.
Charles,
And
let me
I'm
ask
gonna do it
you.
until the day I fucking die.
Okay, let me ask you this. With you saying all that, Charles, because I was just listening, let me just ask you this. Because I feel what you're saying. How long have you already been doing this for? How long would you say total you've been running around trying to make people aware? How long would you say?
8 years.
8 years. Okay. Okay. In the 8 years that you've done it, in 8 years that you've done it, do you feel you've gotten okay, you just answered that. You feel you've gotten somewhere with some people. Okay. Forget that. Scratch that question. Do you feel like you will get further? And the more you keep talking and doing it, you feel like you're going to make more and more people aware? Just out of curiosity.
Both. Yeah.
Okay.
There's people that want change. They just need to be informed more. They need more seeds planted. I'm not doing research for them, but I could guide them in the direction. It's up to them.
Okay. Now here's one more question.
I've been researching my whole life.
Okay, here's one more question.
42 minus 13. I don't know how many years that is, but that's a long fucking time.
Okay, one more question. Sorry, I'm listening to you while I'm, one more question. Oh, let me shut my door. Okay.
What is this, an interview? Are you the police? Who sent you?
I'm curious, Charles, because like I told you, I went through it too. So, in a minute, when I'm done, back off.
I want to stop. I get mad and frustrated when people don't listen to me, especially people I consider friends. I've said this, but every time I say, fuck it, I ain't gonna do this shit no more, my higher voice basically changes my mind, always.
There you go. Okay. All right. So there you go. So yeah. All right. Okay. This is the only thing I was going to ask you. I know it's not an interview. I'm just curious because, like, it helps me too. Have you accepted, though, the fact that not everyone is going to? Have you accepted that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. That's all I want to know.
There's going to be tons of casualties.
Okay. That's all I want to know. All right.
More casualties than people there's going to be more casualties than people that are, I'll use the word saved, even though, people that are open their eyes, they're going to be outnumbered by casualties of people that are just going to stay hard-headed and blind and deaf. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to see the truth. They'll cover their eyes and ears like that from Three Monkeys. And then there'll be an ostrich stick their head in the sand and get doinked in the ass because of the cheeks up movement. They like the government screwing them. No disrespect. I say that respectively.
Yeah.
It's called tough love. Maybe people would hear that and be like, that ain't me. It'll change their whole perspective. Because it's true. If you don't want to change or do nothing about it, you like the government screwing you over. You might as well just grab your ankles and let them know.
Well, the thing is, as a person, if you don't want to change, you're just not going to change, period. It don't matter about government. This is how I see it.
It starts with self.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
You want to change. You don't have to do with government. You got to want to change, you. So how many people even want to change, you know, just a little tiny minuscule thing? Think about that. How many people want to change that? Like we do. We do, but
Yeah.
I mean, in the world, how many people want
How
to change?
many do I want to change? I don't have a number on it.
Yeah. I don't think it's high though. So I'm just saying, you know, like I don't think it's high.
I like research. I'm more into the alchemy and esoteric. You know, for a very long time in my life, people shit on that type of stuff and say it's evil, and Moses even damned people from studying alchemy and astrology because they hide the truth for themselves. And one way to keep the truth for yourself and don't let no one else find it is to say, that's the devil, that's evil. And when people would say that to me, my higher self would be like, well, let's look into that, Chuck. Let's really see how evil it is.
That's how I was, yeah, right? It's evil. Yeah.
Yeah, if they say it's evil, it's probably the other way.
Very good for you, right? Very good. So we're gonna check it out. Exactly.
I mean, you know, I'm not saying there isn't evil, but I also think that most dirty witchcraft and evil is they stole from ancestors all across this plane that was using it for good. Like, you know, I always think about the witches they would show in cartoons with ham hogs and pig feet and the thing stirring it up. We all do witchcraft. Even Christians, they don't even know they're doing witchcraft in the kitchen when they're cutting up fucking herbs and spices and making meals.
Oh, what is that considered a form of witchcraft when we do that when we cook?
Yeah, that's what witchcraft is using herbs and plants from the earth.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop the bus, Charles. Okay, I never thought about it. So just as cooking a regular meal.
Alchemy too.
If that's witchcraft, I'm definitely a badass witchcrafter.
Right, me too.
We're all witches. Not only in the spelling department, in the alchemy department, and that's why they demonize witches. So you wouldn't witches. I was reading today about the Germanic tribes and how they would. I'm trying to remember everything I read. That's what happens when you read a bunch of different stuff at once, like different books. They were talking about gathering herbs, and they would have like drawings of these plants, and they would pick certain plants when the moon was in certain phases, because the moon also plays a huge part in growing plants. If you see plants, you know, they get the sunlight is like medicine for the plants, like nourishment. But at night, the moon, that's when the plant grows bigger at night. You ever notice how overnight your plant would grow huge? The next morning you see it grew. It's stated that they would pick herbs and certain plants under certain constellations or certain star alignments because they had the most power, the most potency, certain herbs and I mean, they've demonized all that, but they do it themselves. The people who demonize it use it. They do it themselves because they know that's what heals the body. That's what's good for you. You know,
Yeah.
And when I'm learning this shit, I'm like, motherfuckers, man. It figures. And I refuse to someone to tell me that Mother Earth, who gives us a life, who gives us all the plants and everything we need to heal our body, even light. People say light is all Satan and Lucifer and all that. No, I'm not buying that, man.
Nature is everything you need.
Lucifer don't rule shit. He's a coward in that story. Him and Satan, whoever, they say they're different people, but whatever. Those are cowards. If you got to manipulate someone to do stuff for you, you have no power. You're weak. You know what I'm saying? That's why they meant in that book, that character is manipulating people to carry out stuff for him because he's fucking powerless. He's a fucking coward. He has no power. We're the power. I don't even know how people fear Satan. He's a fucking chump. The truth is right there in the book. Once I learned, I had someone giving me a Bible study when I was younger, and they were telling me that Satan, and I was thinking, like, really? This dude's so powerful that he has to manipulate us to do things for. And I'm like, then that means he's weak. He has no control over the physical realm. That's crazy, right? When you think about it.
Yep.
And people fear it. And in the story, so-called said, you know, and I know a lot of them stories line with the body too, and that makes so much more sense to me. A lot of these stories, when Manly P.L. breaks them down as being body parts, and he's explaining it, like I said, man, that makes way more sense than a lot of these stories they give you in church. But I like what he speaks on because I see the Bible differently. I don't resonate it as something I'm gonna bow to or sit there and down people. Like, I think even religion is so hypocritical in many ways because people think just because they read scriptures and they go to a building that they're better than someone, and they sit there and down people that don't go to religion, who cherish Mother Earth, and they call them witches and stuff. They'll down, like, it don't even make sense, man. It's hypocritical to sit there. The true so-called Christian is supposed to want to help people and see them elevate, but they'll down someone because they're not part of their cult, and they'll think they're better than someone. It's like a pedestal they're put on. It's fucking crazy.
No, but they are sheep. They don't know everything. Like Svetlana said, if you know, you know, right? And those people believe. They don't know. They just believe it, but they don't know for sure. But they like to be with that group, with the sheep, you know, with the herd.
Well,
And they're walking off the cliff with each other. Basically, that's what they're doing.
It's all right, Kimba. Thanks for coming up. So you're a Muslim, no? I got the Quran here, man. And I'm always trying to, like, I used to, there's a big point in my life where I almost became a Muslim. Between the 5% Nation of Islam, and there's so many branches of that, just like Christians, man. That's another thing that I always question. There's one true creator, which I don't even think there's one true creator. I think there is creators, female and male, and I don't look at the God like some magical Marvel comic superhero that snaps fingers and creates people out of mud. If you really think about religion, a lot of religious people, and I'm not downing anyone, some preachers, they need psychiatric help. They're talking to invisible stuff. And there's a lot of gems in the books, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
But there's a lot of hypocrisy.
take what you can understand or understand from it. You know,
Yeah.
not go
There's
walk with stuff you don't understand, because that will basically lead you away from truth. You know, you should only take what you understand from those scriptures,
yeah.
because you know it. That's to be true. That's how I read and wrote the Bible and other scriptures. I only
Yeah.
took what I knew was right, because I experienced it. You know.
You could align it with the stars, with the human body. And when I found out that like Jesus was the son and Satan used to be the female, it was the diva, now it's the devil. Two male figures, which is completely off balance. That's on some HOMO shit. Where's the woman? You know what I mean? Like that's how I always felt with church. It was something wrong with it. It was off balance. There was no women really, and the nuns and the preachers, they didn't come together to make babies. It was odd to me. It was like, you don't want to have sex and create life? That's beautiful. Isn't that the gift of life is fucking sacred? But they don't want to be giving. They don't want the gift of life. They don't want to. Uh, that's what the so-called pagans, right? They made a deity to worship the sacredness of creating life. I'm reading this now because I'm trying to find my roots of what people call witches and paganism and all these fucked up labels they put on people. They don't even read this stuff to find out what it is, but they'll judge it real quick. People shouldn't speak on something if they don't fully know what it is. Because I've done that a few times in my life, and I felt like such an idiot.
You first have to experience something to understand it or understand it.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's one of the best ways to learn is experience trials and tribulations.
Yeah, that's it.
The best way. Like I always say, you can read about going to Paris, or you can experience it and go to Paris. It's going to be two different, completely different experiences. Reading about it, you're going to still wonder what it smells like, what the people sound like, But if you go there, it's totally different. Like reading it, yeah, you're experiencing someone else's experience when you're reading it. But when you actually physically go there, that's a true experience. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree. Being there for real is totally different than watching the History Channel or Discovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Someone told me that. I had a friend and I used to complain that I don't travel and I want to see the world. And they're like, you could watch it on TV or the internet. And I'm like, what? That was the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Well, I have to say I've been on vacation in the past, but I also have to say I've seen a lot of things years ago on Discovery, those culture series and all that they go places and go to marketplaces, certain countries, and because I already had been on vacation abroad, like in Spain and in Turkey. I didn't have the urge to go anywhere else anymore. I did like it, but it's also because of my personal situation. Because I don't like to be in crowded places a lot, so I avoid those most of the times. But while watching those series, I try to, like you said, experience those the little things, the smells and people talking on the background and all that. And it was like an experience as well, but not being there, but being there, basically.
Yeah. Hey, Marcel, I got some ginseng root. What's the best way? Because I have fresh lemons, and organic ginseng root, and I'm trying to, those are two ingredients you need to flush the body. I created a rhyme yesterday talking about that. I said something about being acidic. I would cleanse the system. Anyway, you'll hear it when I finish it, but it'll make sense. But anyway, lemons, ginseng root, and there's something else I'm missing. A couple things. But I want to know the best way to, I've chopped the fucking shit up in a grinder and put it in different, I would buy orange juice and all this shit, or I would take the fruits and make like a drink with them. But I don't like, it's too potent when you just chop up the ginseng in the blender and put it in the drink like that. I think making a tea would be better.
Yeah, tea is good with lemon, or you can put it in capsules and just take it with a glass of water or something else.
Mm.
But yeah, you've got different options. There are a lot of you got the capsules. You can, or you just can blend it in shakes and all that. I'm doing that. I'm blending it through shakes.
Yeah, I
It
might do some of that.
could
It's
be
potent.
yogurt or fruit juice or whatever. Water.
Ginseng and lemon will kill a lot of parasites, but you're still missing that other root and garlic. And don't put a lot of garlic. People are, hey, you put garlic with lemon, and no, man, you don't put a lot. You need a little bit, enough to. You put a little bit of garlic, you won't even taste it. The lemon and the ginseng will overpower it.
Ginger.
And,
Ginger is
ginger.
good tea as well. Ever had ginger tea?
Wait, I think that's what I got. Is ginger root. Oops, I think I got it mixed up. Hold on.
Oh, ginger is awesome.
Damn it, stupid camera. Settings, camera.
Yeah, that's ginger. That's ginger.
Yeah.
Ginger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, because I don't know why I call it ginseng. Ginseng root is hard to find. You gotta like go to an agent.
You can buy it in powder form.
I'd rather have the plant. But yeah, I know. You know what? I'm gonna get ginseng. I heard China and Asia buy it from like Virginia. You know them people, them hillbillies. I don't even like calling them. That's fucked up. But they go into the mountains there, into things. What's on the East Coast mountains? Anyone? The Appalachians? No. But either way, they grow some potent ginseng. You know, you could find it growing wild ginseng, and they sell it by the pound. They make crazy money. I would love, it's hard to go out there and do it because, yeah, in Tennessee, AK, because they'll shoot you. They ain't playing. You go on the wrong land, they'll bust the hole right in your chest. They even said it. I used to watch that on, I think it was the History Channel, if I'm not mistaken. Ginseng Hunters is some crazy name. And they would, they would go with like shotguns and rifles because people will kill. He said people will kill you out there and take your ginseng or.
Oh. Well, I will not take that risk. I'll just buy it on the internet.
Right. I'm gonna buy some potent ginseng root. Now you could buy the powder, but I think it's not as potent as the plant. Getting it fresh.
Yeah, I agree with that. Fresh is always better, but they freeze dry a lot of stuff, so it's as fresh as you can get it. You know, it's like fresh, and they make powder from it, and they I think freeze dry it, and so it's fresh. When it gets in the package, it's like fresh. So but straight from Mother Nature is always the best. That's the best you can get. It's always better.
Man, I gonna make a good cleansing drink. Start getting in shape more and more because there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, if shit hits the fan, I'll just go live in the woods." People have no idea. They can't even lug a backpack that's probably 15, 30 pounds. And living in the woods at night when it's butt cold, you ain't in your house. There's no heater to turn on. If you can't light a fire, there's many. It sounds good, it sounds easy. I know how it is to camp and live in the woods. Everything sounds good until you're in a fucked up position.
Yeah.
Food would be the hardest. If you don't know how to gather, or you don't know your plants, or you don't know mushrooms, or you don't know. There's wild lettuce, there's wild everything. I don't know that either to a T. I want to learn all that stuff. Is that me making that sound? Why is it going? Say something, Marcel.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
it wasn't me. I was on mute.
Yeah, it's probably me. That was weird. Anyway. How are you doing? Yeah. It is hard to do. So I watched a video, AK, and they were like walking around these mountains, and they said, don't get lost, because there's wolves and bears, and if you don't know where to look, and not only wolves and bears, like I said, there's crazy hillbillies that'll shoot you on their property. And they'll probably cut you up and feed you to the wild boars or the pigs.
Scary.
If you want to know about plants and herbs and all that, there are a lot of plants that are growing in the streets or in your town that you probably can eat. You have like an app. You have apps on your telephone, which if you make a picture from something growing in the street or in your town,
Billy Bob Thornton.
Sidewalk, probably you have the chance that probably 50-60% you can eat, like leaves and flowers and all that.
All these people I meet on here. If I had $3 grand, I would fucking be traveling to go just to be able to travel to different countries, and now that I know people from all over, just to travel there, there's an excuse, I know people now, but it's all about that guacamole.
Yeah,
It's expensive to travel.
And they really made it expensive to travel in the 3 years they opened the world to us to meet each other. I know we've had longer to meet each other, but definitely since lockdown, people more willingly approach strangers online, Well, I wouldn't say it was just lockdown. It had all sorts to do with picking propagandic sides and befriending people because you're like, that guy thinks like me and my friends don't, so I'm going to befriend him,
I didn't even know there's a lockdown. I don't own a TV. I don't watch no government channels. I don't watch the news for 99.9% of the time. Maybe once in a great while I'll catch a clip on YouTube if it shows up. I don't watch none. I don't give a fuck what they're talking about. They can implement whatever law they want. I ain't following it. Because most of the laws they create, it benefits them and fucks us over. And that's why they put them in place. It's always about take. That's all those fucking people do. And I was walking around outside and I had a phone call. I was walking to my friends and I'm like, why is anyone out here? Where is everyone? It was airy. And someone called me and asked me what I was doing, and I said, walking them to a friend's, and they're like, you can't leave your house. And I'm like, what? Says who? And they're like, we're on lockdown or something. I'm like, I didn't hear nothing about that.
That's
Because
cool.
I didn't. I was telling the person that called, I'm not staying inside. Who the fuck these people think they are? I can't go outside. Yeah, okay, picture that. It makes you want to go outside even more. Just because they tell you to stay in, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Now they care about our safety all of a sudden. And the only reason they do is because they want to control us.
When you hear the word safe, Charles, if they want everything to be safe, it's the other way around. They want you to be afraid of them and to. You should never fall for that. But they will try again, I think. But they will not succeed.
No. They tried. I remember they were trying again. China did it again, but no one followed.
Yeah, and sometimes doing nothing is the best thing to do. If they say, "Oh, you have to stay outside," and you just have to, just like you did, I don't know anything about that. You should just go do your own thing. That's the best way. Don't care.
I didn't even know. That was the funny part. I honestly didn't even know.
That's even better when you can say, when people say, "You don't have a TV?"
I don't. I don't want one. Well, that's a lie. The only reason I want one now is so I can hook up the laptop to it, a bigger screen. But other than that, I don't want cable. Maybe for internet, but other than that, I don't want to watch no cable. It's 380 stations, right?
Bullshit.
And each station got 5 of the same channels. You remember when the cable? I remember it'd be like channel, for instance, 2, 15, 28, 56 they would play the same shows. I was like, what's going on here? Cable was a rip. It was a fucking scam, cable.
Yeah, it was.
They would always be like 500 channels of bullshit.
Yeah, but
I remember one of my favorite times watching TV
watch all
show.
those channels. You never can watch all those channels. We had. I don't have a TV I have a TV, but I don't have a subscription for broadcast. But we always had about 60 channels max, I think, and that was even for way too much. And like 40 channels were crap, and like the 20 that were over are like of those 20 that you would watch sometimes, you still couldn't see everything you wanted to see, you know?
That's pretty cool.
Damn, Beck's got apples rooting in her fridge.
Yeah. I feel
That's
guilty.
pretty cool.
They were sprouting they've been sprouting for months. And I just keep,
Plant the whole apple.
I know.
yeah,
Plant the
well,
entire apple because
I
it'll
have
give it
every
nutrients.
time I open an apple, there's like 4 seeds rooted, and I just kept letting them wither away. So recently I had one last apple, and I fucking opened it up, and sure enough, it was rooted. So I put it in the dirt, and a plant grew.
Yeah,
Why do you
so
think
good.
I'm a tree
Yeah,
murderer, you guys. I finally
you're not.
saved one. That's all. I'm
No,
actually a
you're not.
murderer.
No,
Tree.
you're not.
Nah.
Every
Yeah.
tree
Yeah.
dies because it's giving itself nutrients. That's
Yeah.
why the apples fall, and they rot, and the
But-
roots take it back in.
Yeah.
It's a cycle.
Yeah.
It could be a sign that I keep my food for too long, but actually I put usually if I cut a piece off for the last 6 months or so, I can cut a piece off an onion, put the onion in my fridge on a plate, and the next day I go in and it's rooting.
I wonder if
Right?
trees
Like they just grow, everything's just growing roots in my fridge. Even if
How
it's
do
the next
trees
day.
piss? Like, how do trees get rid of like moisture? They don't fart or piss.
No, I think it's what they're doing is it's while they're growing. They like use it to grow. Like they
Well, they slough it off their roots, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's all
like-
sucked
Yeah,
up.
thicker
Like
now.
it's all in the center of them. Like if you sometimes you chop a tree down and like water will come out of it, and that's why you get
Yeah,
sap and
I've done that.
sap is being made by water and photosynthesis and micronutrients in the soil.
I remember
That's how they grow.
I used to go hiking, and
Yeah.
My mom's boyfriend, his name was Pete.
Mhm.
We went camping everywhere, and one day we were hiking a blue trail, and he said a birch tree. Cut a piece of the birch tree off, and he said chew on this, and it tasted like birch beer, or root beer I thought it was, but it's birch beer. And I said, no way, man. You know, when you start learning stuff like that, Mother Nature is the best. There's so much out there that people just think it's regular like trees or shrubs or root, you know.
Nah,
But
herbalistic knowledge is cool, man.
I know I'm gonna buy a book on it. Matter of fact, let me see if I could download one.
I got a weed book.
A
Couple
what?
of them. I got a everything weed book.
Yeah, I would love to be hiking and fall upon a big weed stash growing. I wouldn't be greedy and take them all. I would take a nice huge bud though.
You're gonna like it up here, man. The bud's pretty cheap and it's really phenomenal shit.
And
Fuck, I'm
don't
about to grow
Alaska
my house,
pay
bro.
the residents? I heard Alaska pays $1,000 a month.
No. It's just once a year. It's called dividends. It's a tax derivative. It's just basically the state taxes the oil companies. They take a portion of that tax, they put it in a fund, and then they dally it out to the residents once a year. It's called permanent fund dividends. It's just a tax cut back to the people. It's actually a state that's giving something to its fucking people for companies coming and using the land.
That's our problem here in the U.S. You know, these politicians fuck us over, and they let like China and all these other countries buy shit over here. That shouldn't even be allowed. And then you're called racist when you say shit like that. That's why our country's falling apart and we're fucking poor and hungry. We ain't got
lease
shit.
agreements up here. They don't just outright sell it to. They just do lease agreements on the land and the mineral rights. And then the company will
People
come
are
in.
too busy
20
arguing over
and work it.
who came first and fucking who's more supreme and who's more racist. We're too busy arguing over dumbass shit instead of building each other up.
Yeah. Yeah, they like the people divided so they can buy more land and cheat more on people. The rest is just a distraction to them while they buy everything from people that already are losing a lot. Like the farmers, for instance, in the Netherlands. It's all because of the tri-state that they want to create there. Like Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Rotterdam, I think it was. It's like a big triangle of a big city where they want to put all the people in.
I'm not sure.
So they bought out or stole all the land from the farmers with lame excuses and all that, and threatened them and demotivated them and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, as long as
guys
people
like
are
fucking
together, nothing will change.
Yeah, and then you got guys like Bill Gates buying up a lot of the land, supposedly. Where did you leave it?
Out in the truck.
Oh, that's a first.
Are you ready?
Here. He always goes to your spot. When
Bill Gates. What's up, face? Oh, base plant. I hope you got a good signal. I gotta get face plant. We gotta get him some
I hear you so much
sort of
better
better
now.
signal.
How's my sound? How's my sound?
Not so
Better.
not too bad.
Good.
Charles, you sound better today. Your mic is better than
Yeah.
that laptop.
But the health thing, it's more about what you don't put in.
Damn. Now you're breaking up, face plant.
It's more about what you don't put in your body than what you do.
More about what you don't put in your body than what you do. Yeah.
Yeah. He said it's more about what you don't put in your body than what you do. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. For sure. We put so
Damn.
much bullshit in our bodies. Bullshit meter on point.
Hopefully, damn, face plant got to live like in the Ozarks or on top of a fucking.
Trying to come back, faceplant.
He's still back there.
At least a little bit of what he was saying.
Yeah. One time he came up and he was clear for like 15 minutes and he was saying some good stuff. And then another time I heard him on Red Squid and he was dropping some wisdom. And I'm like, damn, it works when he goes there, but when he comes here, there's no service.
You'll figure
You
it out.
gotta live in the mountains somewhere, because that's why I say satellites are full of shit, bro. They're full of
There's so full of
satellites.
shit.
You would get
Dude,
service
look how much cable they lay, bro.
anywhere.
Look that up. Fuck, look that up. Look up cable laying ships, bro. It'll blow your fucking mind. They got like underwater plow machines and shit, and they bury it in the.
My favorite Apple is Macintosh.
And shit. They just trench that shit in, man. They make a trench and bury the cable all in one shot with this machine. They just drag across the ocean floor. It's wild.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That proves the ocean floor ain't that deep.
No, it's deep, bro.
Nah.
It's deep.
I doubt
Dude,
it.
I was out there driving across the Prince William Sound, and I watched that fucking depth finder go down to like 300 and something fathoms. a fathom is 6 feet. How deep is that? Let's see. 3 times 6.
1,800 feet.
That's pretty deep, bro. That's like almost a mile. Or that's like almost half a mile.
Yeah,
That
That
ain't
was like
that
4,200 and something feet.
it would
That,
make
and
they
that
were
ain't that deep. What?
What's up, Marcel? You're kind of, it's hard to hear you.
Well, it would make more sense that they were in tunnels under the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got the actual ships with the plow machines, the cable layers. They drag like this big sled thing, and they just drop it on the ocean floor, you know, and they just drag it like a, like a
But
drag
think
net.
about that. Think about that. The floor would have to be level. I mean, you couldn't be hitting no Mariana Trenches or big gaps, or you know, that thing would fuck up. So by
An
them
area
using
close to
that,
the Marianas Trench is fucking crazy, bro.
but
Lay
I'm
lines.
telling you,
I watched it.
they wouldn't use that machine if it wasn't mostly level, because it would fuck up.
Yeah.
So for the most part,
I agree.
it's all the same length. It's not like a roller coaster. I think they even got tunnels that go under the oceans that connect Europe and the U.S.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I think definitely all over this realm they got tunnels that connect all these countries. The councils of the tree.
Wild, bro.
They're called countries because they're each different country is a council of one big tree.
Mm-hmm.
We live on one big tree, and each country is just a council. That's why at the big table there's 7 seats. The big round table. The 7 knights, the 7 seats for the council of the tree. I'll slap all of them.
7 seats.
Yeah, it's not fact, but there's the 7 knights in what movie was that? And they sit at a round table, all the knights.
Don't they call it sailing the 7 seas?
Yeah. There's 7 countries. I mean 7 continents, my fault. So you would have 7 main rulers for each continent. I don't even think the president has got no weight. I think the banks are the main.
You were saying countries that were all thinking continents?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
What?
You were saying countries this whole time, but we were all thinking continents and just didn't even mention it. Just kept on with the subject.
Yeah, they're called countries. They're within continents.
Just what we all did collectively there was funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
We all knew what you meant. We just kept on pushing. We didn't stop, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we live on a giant tree of some sort. That
possibly.
Man, that's why they don't want us traveling, because this whole flood thing, man. Like, I'm pretty sure they could empty this water out. I think it was purposely put there because it's something with the salt water that's conductive. They put it there for a reason. I don't think God flooded because he was mad. I think it was put there for a fucking reason, to be utilized.
To keep us here.
What if we did it to flood a motherboard of the planet? To stop the planet computer that they made in the past?
What if it's keeping it cool?
What if they were using ethanol energy to make a planet-wide computer and God didn't like it, so he flooded it to kill it?
I've said that. I was trying to say that, not that exact thing, but I was trying to say when it was Paula and all them were up here. No, I couldn't get a word out, but I was saying to the extent that there was a big war. Because think about I mean, as far as we know, we didn't know what technology was. I'm not saying the elite didn't have it underground. I think they've been, every reset they do, if that's factual, I thought they're hiding the good tech underground.
Maybe it's a tech harvest.
Yeah, I was now saying there's a war.
Each cycle
Now
of tech
you see all the robots they want to roll out, and you see how sometimes they dig up like UFOs or they'll dig up some old tech. Because I think tech's always been here, and there's a war, and it demolished the main source, the main computer, like AI. You know, that big one they built. They've done this before. That's why they get the idea to do it again.
No, bro. What if that's what Atlantis was like an AI computer that gridded the whole fucking planet and there was one central node?
Could have been.
Like,
Mount
what if they turned
Meru.
the Earth into a computer and all these pyramids and everything were like fucking like those are the fucking like the chips, you know what I mean?
Mount Meru could have been the main pinger.
But you got to think
And
on
all
like a big scale. Like imagine the whole planet as a fucking motherboard.
and the
basically, you know?
stars. The stars are the satellites. But not satellites like they show you flying in outer space. They're literally connected to the firmament. They're only spinning in a complete circle. They're not like,
Oh, I think each fucking pyramid place was like a computer itself, and then they linked them up that way. I wonder if that's maybe what it was, man. That's a trip.
yeah, streets look like motherboards.
They do, don't they? When you look at
Yeah,
it
they
from,
do because
from there,
they are.
yeah.
When they had free technology, look into rocks, look into bricks. They hold electrical charges.
Yeah.
The old
then there's the
technology,
storage.
they didn't have wood houses. Well, in the cities, you didn't see shit made out of wood. Everything was concrete or granite, mostly granite. Because that probably holds the biggest charge. Maybe they're putting gold flakes and crystal. Who knows what else in these
They might have
granite.
been making their own bricks too.
Yeah,
You know?
and it holds that electrical charge. The free energy. And you notice how old school buildings were all connected, all of them. When I look at Hartford, downtown, the old part that's still left, everything's connected, the whole strip. Every building is connected.
Mm-hmm.
They're not separate. And it makes me think of a motherboard, how all the circuits are connected.
Yeah.
Me too.
The old technology.
I mean, imagine
was-
building your house where the house itself is a battery bank, and then you got solar power. You have a
They
fucking
are.
perfect.
You know that
Or
part in
you're
the
using
house
ethanol
that's in the
power. You're
ground?
just pulling it right from the ether, and it just constantly charges up your fucking capacitor. That way, if you ever need to pick a big jolt out of it, you can, because you have an entire
You
building
can.
with a battery.
Somebody did that, AK. They bought one of those solar powered things. He took it apart and he made it so it's constantly recycling light, and he even uses the light in his house works. They don't tell you that though.
Wow.
The light in your house will recharge it. The realest McCoy. Yeah.
I heard about dude back in the day. I heard about an alien engine that they captured.
Man,
one
fuck
of the
that
UFOs. They
fake
used-
ass alien shit.
Hey, but here's what's cool. Hold on, let me finish. It's proven to our subject. Anyways, the thing about the engine was it could capture the light of stars supposedly and use that energy to power the craft. It just made me think of that. Like, if they were just using something as simple as like some badass solar panels. But it said it could, the light from a candle could light a city for like, I think it was like 10, the size of a city, like 10 miles radius or something like that. It was something stupid, ridiculous. Like the light of a candle could power a whole city of like 10-mile radius, basically, with this engine. What if we could make something that could harness light that efficiently? Wouldn't that be fucking amazing?
Mm-hmm.
Because then we don't like like shit. Let's start some fucking honey farms, and we use we make honey wax and we make honey candles, and because it's free, and we also got honey.
Yeah, exactly.
We got candles and honey and free power. Fuck, I wish it was that easy. That'd be nice.
Oh, I would sure like a life supply of honey.
I'm about to start playing with some energy stuff I got. I got a charge pack, and I got a little solar panel that I got.
I gotta get one. You gotta reverse engineer it, okay, and figure out how to make it a 360
That's
cycle.
hard shit. I'm just a
It's not
fucking
hard.
shade tree mechanic that became a gold miner. Fuck, I ain't nobody special.
I
I
am.
know I
I'm
got
good with
mechanic
electronics.
skills, but I ain't like a wizard. Shit. I gotta learn
I
more about
am.
electricity, man. Like that's one thing I'm like a weak point for me personally. Like I don't really know volts, ohms, and all that.
Somebody tried using my PayPal.
Yeah.
I called PayPal and they're like, you need to download the AnyDesk. I'm like, no, you just need to cancel that purchase.
AnyDesk?
Yes.
Oh, that was a fucking scammer.
I know.
Oh, you should have fucking got a hold of the dude on YouTube.
I gotta take
That was the dude that we watched. Like that was like one of those people from India or whatever.
Yeah.
A fucking scammer that does the AnyDesk thing and like takes over people's shit. Just tried to call Flora. Scammer.
No, I called them.
Wait, you called them?
I called PayPal because there's a $499 purchase on my PayPal.
There's no ways.
I got an email
What?
saying there was a $499.
That's an email from them. Dumbass. It's not actually from PayPal. That's the fucking scam. Now you get it? Go check your email, your actual PayPal account. I promise you there's not a transaction.
I'm going to.
They just tried to scam you for fucking $500. Don't trip. We know what they do now. We know their tactics. We watch the dude on YouTube. That's hilarious.
I never have $500 on my account.
And they sent her an email saying her PayPal got charged $499, and then she calls the number they send, and then they're talking about you need to download AnyDesk. That's the one that lets you take over your computer and shit, right? We already know this shit. It's funny. It's one of those scammers from India. Literally.
Good thing you know that.
I would have told them I'm about to go there and download my 45 into your face.
Hey, what's that dude's name? Just tell him you're homeboys with that dude, and I bet he'll freak shit.
What were you saying, Marcel?
Well, a lot of people fall for that.
A lot do.
Because they still don't know how a computer works or whatever.
Yeah. We watched the scammer payback guy. His name is Pungi or something. He's got a weird name. Anyways, that's how I'll know all that from watching a guy on YouTube. Because he's funny as fuck. He fucks with them. Like this motherfucker literally will mail them like rats into their offices and shit over there and stuff like that. Cockroaches. Fart bombs and all that shit. He's like at war with these motherfuckers. It's funny. The guy actually helps people though. It's tight. He actually really does help people. But he's having a good time doing it.
I saw a young woman once on the I think it was on Facebook or on Instagram. She was acting like an old lady that didn't understand anything, but basically she knew everything that was happening, and it was also someone from abroad that was trying to scam her. And it was funny because that dude
get their files and shit.
That dude was getting angry, and she basically did everything wrong on purpose. So he He had him on the line for like 4 or 5 hours, and he still didn't get any. Good stuff.
Just kept him busy all day so he can't fucking call other people. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's one way to get them. Because they get, I mean, it's millions every year. Oh, that's tight.
That's 2 different places.
Except the real McCoy. No.
No, that's
when they first found it.
before is on top and after. This is before,
What the fuck is that over the city?
and the next one's after. I had to break them up so I could put full screen.
Wait a minute, don't change it yet. Oh, go back
That's
to the
after.
dome looking thing.
I can't.
What the fuck, bro? Looks like it got nuked or something.
It's
Look,
gonna
there's a
show.
whole tower leaning fucking crooked.
It's gonna show. Look at this place is flooded with mud.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I'm showing this because the
That was underwater,
cataclysm
too,
that
right?
happened wasn't too long ago.
Exactly, Chuck.
Something hit that from above and knocked that down. Like something hit that from behind and knocked that.
That huge war where they were shooting lightning at the Earth, like look up the Lynchburg effect, and then go to Google Earth and look at the Earth. It looks like lightning was or weapons, huge weapons. This is now. The picture you seen before this was this place before they cleaned it up to this. And this is on top of a mountain. So tell me, how did all that get up there? This is 1900. What buried all these things? They're digging out. Look at this 1900. The next one is right here, 2022.
Wow.
What did bury all of them for them to get so much fun on them?
That's a landing pad for an ancient flying craft. This is before.
Man. Or anti-gravity craft.
Well, it's
Where's
high
that
up.
one? Is that in Cali or something? Where's that one? I'm curious.
In the Netherlands, they used to put farms on top of a little mounds because we had like floodings in the past in the Netherlands before we.
Yeah, Muskeg too, right?
And they built the house on
Well,
top
you
of
probably
the
don't call it
hill.
that, but like
When there was a flooding, nothing would be. They wouldn't be affected basically by the floodings.
Now look at this one.
Down in Louisiana, they built like that too. But they just build their homes on they build them on poles up high in the air.
This is flooded.
For flooding. That's the same
Look
thing.
at that now.
Wow.
Well, they say Amsterdam, for instance, is built on poles.
Really?
The main city, basically the inner city.
I'll have to go see that someday. What is that?
Wow, what's that, Chuck?
That it looks like a boar, right?
Mm-hmm. The first one almost looked metal.
That is metal.
No,
it looks like a boar. Now watch this one. Look at this. It's buried in mud and dirt and trees. Everything is.
Yeah, look how
1800s.
Layers.
Most of these are from the 1800s. Now this is now today, after they dug it out.
You can see the mud line, dude. Look, all the way up there, 3/4 of the way up the fucking arches. You see it? Look at the left pillar. You can see it where it was. What a cool looking building.
Look at all the water and mud.
What
That's it
the
cleaned
fuck?
out.
That was half of that.
They would say it's
And look,
a
it even
church,
goes
but I
further.
say it's a power
Charles,
station.
it even goes further down. Look at the windows on the bottom, bro. Those are arches that go further down. Whoa,
Yeah,
dude.
and it had a cymatic symbol, a magnetron on it too.
Yeah, dude.
Most of those pictures, I got tons of them. Tons. I got at least 40 of them that do that before and after. And they're all from the 1800s. Like, people were absent for a good 100 years. That's the only way that could happen. There was a cataclysm and no one was around.
I wonder
Trees
if they were,
growing out
if they were
of them.
using. Here's a theory I just thought of, bro. If they were using ethereal energy all around the planet, right? What if somebody was doing something and they were experimenting with that ethereal energy somewhere that was tied into this grid system of ethereal energy on the planet, and it created like an ethereal pulse wave around the planet or something, and it fucking made all these places go into a crazy frequency that made everything around it liquefaction. All these buildings that were using this tech.
That's what I'm saying. It could happen.
Just a theory.
That's the logical explanation, and in my opinion, a logical explanation is most often the truth.
Well, I just thought of that just now, literally, because I've seen all this. That's what I meant when I'm getting up here bullshit and telling you guys. I think it's some crazy shit.
Like, look at this. That thing was
That's
buried in mud.
Yeah, like way buried. What is that over the top, bro? Look at that. Is that like the ethereal shield thing
Those
from
look like
Cymatic?
all the little things are little houses and stuff. The big things are like towers. Those are all
There's
like obelisks. Look,
Got a force field above it.
Look, they got a damn wall. They got a damn like a castle wall all around that whole fucking city.
yeah.
And those are all like defensive towers. Those are all like fucking the towers you see on a castle, but just a shit ton of them.
This like had a train tracks, and it's all trees growing. Like, technology is not new either. These people before this cataclysm, they had trains, flying crafts, just like we do now.
Well, the remnants of the buildings that survived, you just see how the artistic skills that went into making them. You know, I mean, and it means that people weren't dumb.
Look
They were
at this.
educated people, and they
That's
expressed
Machu
their skills
Picchu.
and their knowledge through their hands, even back in the day, making stuff nice, just like people do now. When you got like master carpenters and stuff like that that build these really nice homes and shit like that, people got skills nowadays too. But obviously they did then. Look at all that. Look at that precision.
Mm-hmm.
Machu Picchu, I think that was on top of the mountain.
I think you're right, bro. All this history shit is false, man. They've been going through cycles of technology, man, because look at that. Perfect.
Yeah, our new tech is
but
basically.
We can build perfect structures like that now with the technology we have. If we put enough money into it, we can do stuff like this. We can even build a pyramid now, too, if we wanted to. Everybody always asks, how would you move the stones?
They don't want to, because if they
giant
did,
fucking lake, and you float the bricks on fucking floats, and then you lay them in place by letting air out of some bags. You just literally flood it and build it underwater.
not float, bro, on frequency.
That's how you build a pyramid.
They use frequency to make them star forts. They don't want to make. They don't want to make it. Man, I can't even get a word out, bro. Keep talking over me.
Sorry,
they don't want to redo it, because if we rebuild it and make masterpieces like that, people will figure out that they had technology back then. Their lives will just unfold. That's why they don't want to build stuff like this.
But this is my low-tech theory. Like, what if you just flood it, bro, and then you put airbags on these big-ass stones, and then you see what I'm saying? And you move them in place. You let some air out. You lower them right where you want them, and you build like that.
I never thought of that. I never thought of that. That's a good one.
That's the low-tech way, man.
Huh.
That's how I think they built the pyramids.
Well, Eddie Griffin said they did that with sand. He said they did it with sand because you could move stuff on sand. But I think they use frequency. Look at the sand when you put a frequency. Frequency. Fuck water. Fuck sand. When you put the sand and you on that metal plate, when you do frequency, it fucking forms the cymatic. Boom.
There's a place over on the East Coast, bro, where a guy did that. What's it called? The Coral Castle or something like that. And he's got like a cool stone home and everything. And he's got like crazy stonework stuff inside this old home, and it was like from a long time ago. And he had like some kind of engine that he built in his home that was like it was a self-generating. I think it was a fucking like some kind of magnetic motor, man, that made its own power. But it would make like he could fucking beam protons. Basically, he could channel protons into a beam, and he could like levitate rocks with it and shit. Basically, that's the best I can understand. And
That
it's still
building
it's here.
was
You could go there. It's called like the Coral Castle, I think is what it's called. I think it's
Yeah,
called
but
the Coral
they are
Castle.
basically doing that on small scale again already, right?
No, you can still go there and like walk around and shit.
They
Like,
are
but
levitating
like it's
small,
his
small.
there's only like half the engines left, half of it's gone. They were big ass bricks this dude moved, like size of fucking cars. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, let's see. Coral Castle.
When I
What were you
saw,
saying, Marcel?
well, I saw that they were doing experiments with little spheres and other objects. They can already levitate small objects again. So it's definitely possible that in the past that they could levitate like big rocks or whatever.
X fell out. She bounced.
Oh, I found a good picture of it, guys. Okay.
Yeah. I'll probably jump off in like 15 minutes. Like 15 minutes. At 4:20, I'm gonna jump off. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'll end it on a 4:20 note. I'm starving, and I'm gonna try to go live later, probably on the laptop. I gotta set it up more.
Look at this, bro.
I'm gonna hop off because I have to water my plants around my house. They haven't had water yet.
I was thinking I might not even put. I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I want to make it. I'm gonna get a scrambler for the address. I forgot what a URL scrambler. I forgot what they're called. So it'll say I'm in London, then Texas, then the moon. I'm on Jupiter. They'll never be able to know where I'm at. I don't want. YouTube don't like them, but people use them for that reason because they're always trying. If people got more than one channel or stuff, they're always trying to like. I don't know if that's the reason, but it's good to have them because people, you can't trust people. Even though I don't hide where I live, but I still want to scramble blur. I forgot what it's called, but you could download it for like 10.
Network, you mean?
VPN address. That's what I mean. I hide the VPN.
Yeah,
I don't want.
I've had one for quite a while now, and it sure is worth it.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna get one. They got free ones.
My computer started bugging out when I was trying to show you that Coral Castle, but you just gotta type in Coral Castle, bro, and it'll pop up. It'll be the first thing that pops up. You gotta check that out. You'll see they show pictures of like what's left of his engine that he had, his device and stuff. There's components missing, but you can still see like a lot of it there. It was basically like a planetary gear set motor, but the planetary gears, instead of being gears, they were like gears that also had basically spinning motors inside of them too. So it had like 4 spinning motors inside of a planetary gear set going around the main hub part. It created some kind of field of energy, man. pretty wild. You gotta look that up. You check that out. Yeah, the Coral Castle. It's a good one to check out. You'll like looking at it. I know you will.
Don't worry, Bex. No worries. I'm shutting down soon anyway. I'm shutting down like an unpaid water bill.
So cheesy.
Today was a good build. Today was definitely a good build.
Yeah, I agree.
I took yesterday one down because we were talking about all types of stuff.
Yeah.
And plus Kimba went in a little deep, and I didn't want to leave that up. Because when people find out your personal stuff, you know, like me, I don't care. There's nothing people can hold over my head. I don't care. People can say whatever they want. It ain't gonna change my elevation or my course. You know, usually people who down someone, there's something they don't like about themselves, so they gotta down someone to make them feel better. That's sad. All the energy they use to down someone, they should lift someone up and themselves. Imagine what we could accomplish as people if we elevated each other. But some people are so far asleep, it's like they took a handful of Seroquel.
What's that, Seroquel?
Yeah, it's a medication that they give. It's a psychotic medication. It's like Ritalin. It knocks you out, man. It's like a tranquilizer. Seroquel, if you take 100 milligrams, you'll sleep for 3 days, and it'll tranquilize the fucking kraken in the ocean.
Wow.
I've taken it, man. I know. That shit is not.
Yeah, in prison,
that shit
they give it a lot of it out. Because it makes all the inmates sleep. If you go, like, my job in prison,
3 days of that shit.
I went to all corners of the prison. I would unload the truck that comes, that delivered chemicals and all the supplies for the washing. I would unload the truck. We had an electric fucking... you would see people, bro, riding lawnmowers by themselves. They would be doing their job. No COs with them. They're just riding a lawnmower through the whole fucking place.
You know,
I could walk anywhere. But anyway, you would see the medical wing where they had people on meds, and it was quiet all the time for the most part because they're all medicated to death.
Saw a bunch of fucking zombies in there.
Yeah, tranquilized.
Well, that's what happens on those mats. I had quite a few medications, but I was like a drooling zombie.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I was when I took Wellbutrin.
That's why I stopped. I can't function on them, and it's my opinion, it's ruining your insides.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta be doing that.
You don't have time to be depressed or anxious or anxiety because you're fucking sleeping 99.9% of the time. That's the cure. Oh, have you been depressed lately? No, not that I know of. I've been sleeping for 6 weeks.
I hope you're rested after that.
Right?
You wake up with bed
You-
sores.
Man, you can't even get up in the morning on that shit. What?
No, you can't. That shit fucking knocks your ass out like a horse tranquilizer. I'm taking that shit, man. I know. Fuck sake, man.
You can knock it up. It's like, your head, it feels 1,000 pounds.
You feel
And
like, yeah,
you
like
can't even
like,
function. You can't think. You don't want to do nothing. You don't even want to eat. You're just like, buh.
yeah, like you're hit with like 3 times
That
gravity.
does sound like a zombie.
Man, that shit fucking puts your ass down.
That'd be a good commercial for the Harma. They have a bunch of zombies walking around. Brrr. That'd be a good Zoloft commercial.
Oh my god.
I can see it already.
We can make a spoof.
Huh. Right? I should. Oh, you gave me an idea. Let me go find some zombie clips. That's it.
Ever feel like just
That'd be
gonna
funny. It'd be a good.
wanting to go to sleep? We get something for you.
Man, I was I was hit hard with the scammers this week.
Oh yeah.
Say,
Yes.
fucking A, mate. I wonder what Dean's up to. Straight away, mate.
He's probably running around with his great grandchild.
Yeah.
He has a lot of fun with him. You see him just
Right.
around when you see Dean. It's nice.
Straight away.
Last week they tried to get me with $300.
Scammer? Damn.
Yeah. And then this week it was a $499 Apple Watch.
How did they get your PayPal stuff? You need to change your shit then. Your PayPal shit.
I just took off my debit card and bank card for bank information off of there. I'll only add it when people send me money.
Just don't even use PayPal anymore.
I'm not.
Fuck it. Just Cash App and the other ones we have. Fuck PayPal. Don't use PayPal. Scammers are getting your info under somehow. Fuck PayPal. Fuck you, PayPal. Suck.
I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I got PayPal.
Be
I
careful
got
when you-
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, but no money in that hole. Whenever people I get money in there, I take it out. I don't trust them things.
Yeah.
It's safe in my pocket where it belongs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why I don't trust digital money. I don't want digital money.
Fuck that.
No, me neither. But if I look at the younger folks and also a lot of older people that are paying everything with their pin pass or their credit card, they don't do anything with cash anymore.
Like my theory I said yesterday, they're gonna go into digital money, and once that happens, we won't be able to hold them accountable for them robbing us all these years for the cash money. That's why we need to hold them accountable now and stop playing fucking games.
Yeah.
So you, Kimba?
White sauce.
Huh?
Simba's sounds off.
Simba or Kimba?
It says
Kimba.
Queen Simba.
It's Kimba. Let me show you something.
Now there's zombies in the ocean. Zombies could swim. Come on, what movie is this nonsense?
Swimming zombies out of fuck.
Swim beats.
We call those ones bloaters. See, after they've been swimming in the ocean for a while, they start bloating. Yeah, oh, what am I gonna do with these CD players? I'll change my deck in my truck. Oh, I can hook up.
If you're still on later, Chuck, we'll come back on, or at least in the chat. I'm gonna water my plants. It's still some light now, so I can still see where I
Okay,
do my water.
I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna probably close down in 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Marcel. Tell the plants I said grow.
Later, bro.
Thanks. Hey, later, everyone.
Nice fun both.
Bye.
Yeah, Marcel's got a nice garden.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Sure, I've seen it. I love gardens, man. Gardens are the shit.
I am closing my PayPal account.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. Close that shit. Fuck them motherfuckers. Oh, your shit's getting hacked.
Yeah, it's because I make a lot of money.
Ryan! Adrian! My elephant ears are bigger than Marcel's. I don't know. I gotta look. You sent me pictures.
This one. What? Delete. Okay. Alrighty then. Fuck you, PayPal. No more PayPal. Amanita mascara mushroom is what your icon is. We got this all over up here, man. Ones like those. You there?
Yeah. I'm trying to erase this picture.
Which picture? The mushroom?
No.
Oh.
Why can't I get rid of these photos?
And you started cutting on him.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing? Charles?
What? I'm alright, how are you?
I'm good. Besides my PayPal being hacked, yeah.
Huh. That's why I don't trust digital money. Because if they could hack PayPal and CASHAPP and shit, even they could hack drivable cars. The new electric cars, they're hackable too.
So
So
anytime I get money from my friends or my family members from PayPal, I automatically cash it out to my bank. And then I take my
that's
bank
what I do.
card off. And then I take my bank card off.
I usually do that too, or because the Cash App, they don't have a bank like here, and they charge you like $4 to take money off the card. I'm like, damn.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Same thing with PayPal. They don't have a bank. They that's how they make their money.
Yep. Charge you out the ass every time you want to move your money. We need to charge you because we're moving some numbers on the screen. Fuck that.
We need to take some of these red mushrooms.
Yeah.
I'll take a whole quarter.
Yeah. Wait, a quarter ounce?
Yep.
Damn. Fool, you gonna die.
No way. All out here is do 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 do. How does the song go? Yeah.
Magic mushroom. Magic Mario mushroom. You're gonna level up. Yeah. Every time you jump, you're gonna hear the jump noise in your brain.
Yeah. Hopefully people could find inner peace and make it up with their families, their mother and their father. When I found out my mother was sick, I didn't care what differences we had. That shit all went away.
Right.
I started to realize what a jerk I was. And I should have embraced the times I had. You start to appreciate life more and realize that life is precious, it's sacred, and
What the fuck was that?
what?
That sounded like a dying dinosaur.
No, that was a bike on the highway. Face plant.
What's up, face plant?
You gotta get some aluminum foil or something.
It's gardening.
Gardening. We love gardening.
Yeah. Keeps me sane.
Oh, you're gardening.
Keeps me sane. I'm telling you.
Oh, for
Put your
sure.
hands in.
Oh, yeah.
You care for the garden. It's just to you. It's amazing.
We didn't catch anything after garden. That last time.
Yeah.
Gardening. That's what Marcel says. That gardening keeps him busy and it helps. And I get it, because when you're busy, you're not going to war with yourself in your mind.
Gardening.
And it must be peaceful too. And I want to garden, and I want to put the seeds in my mouth before I plant them and see if the plant will grow to my genetics and my DNA and create cures for anything off balance. Yeah, I wasn't like specifically saying you, Bex, because from what you say, you know, I know people go through a lot, but that's one thing that I had friends that would say they hate their mother and fuck her, she's a bitch, and all this stuff. And those were times when I would reflect and be like, I wish my mother was here, you know? And you only have one mother. And think about times, I tell this to everyone, even, you know, I know when I made mistakes, I wanted a second chance, so everybody makes mistakes. And I think some people don't show love because they never were loved themselves. They don't know how to love.
Right. Oh, he knocked back down again?
I didn't even know he just got knocked back down.
I just noticed.
This system has broken up homes. It has erased cultures. It has uprooted people that have been rooted in certain areas for a very long time. It's a savage, hypocritical system that's destroyed the people, period. It's poisoned the mind, poisoned the land. It's destroyed the ancestral spirit. And we must replenish this place. We must destroy these parasites once and for all. Because that's the only way this cancer would be cured. I think this technology is part of the weapon. I think people have lost their warrior spirit because they're hypnotized by the TV and all the programming that goes on. I was thinking while everyone was talking earlier, when I was growing up, nobody sat in front of the TV all day. You know, even though video games are starting to come into play in '93 or earlier than that, Nintendo was like '89, somewhere around there. Huh?
It still wasn't an all-day thing.
No. And nowadays, these new generations, they just loaf in front of TVs, video games. That's just hypnotization all day. They look up to these deceiving, lying idols that put none but self-destruction in people's heads. All they talk about is smoking this dead one, shooting this one, do whatever it takes to make money. You know, who cares about anyone else? Just all the wrong shit. All the people that people think they look up to as idols, it's all wrong. These people are not idols. They're no one to look up to. They're a bunch of puppets, and they don't give a fuck about none of us.
Right.
The truth always hurts. When you start speaking truth, people don't want to hear it, because I've been there. I don't want to hear shit that's true. And that, especially when I'm in the wrong and people are trying to school me, I never wanted to hear it. But I would think about what they said, and I'd be like, damn, but they're right. I can't argue with that. As much as I don't like it, they're fucking right.
You live and you learn.
Yeah. I'm not perfect. I don't put myself on a high horse and think I'm better than people. I'm not. And when I speak against religion and all that, I'm not downing the people. There's a lot of good religious people. It's going to take a lot to break people free, or no, more or less break yourself free, because programming is very, very serious. Even by analyzing myself breaking the programming, I'm still breaking some shit today. I don't think some people can't be broken away. They're fucking forever gonna be stuck. They can't even see the truth right in their face. Like I said, with the stars and the water, you would think people would be like, oh man, that's true, bro. We don't live on the ball flying through space, but they're so blind and asleep, they can't even see that. But yeah, if y'all got parents, you better call them and tell them you love them. Stop letting petty shit. Let that shit go. Start a new chapter. Tell them how you feel and fix the problems. It's the only way you can start new. Because like I say, when they're dead and gone, you're going to be lonely one day and realize, I should have let that shit go. And then it's going to eat you more. You're going to be like, damn, I was ignorant. I was childish. I should have just fucking embraced these times I had. I don't care what my mother did. My mother did other shit that I haven't talked about that gave me PTSD. And she was selfish in ways with her depression, and but I still love her, and I'll throw all that away. None of that. I'll never put that shit. I don't blame her.
Right.
Yeah, all these models are cages. The flat Earth is a fucking prison with the dome over it. Just because there's no bars don't mean there's not a prison. It's just a larger prison.
Right.
And I think to some extent, and even if you take the firmament away, we can't even pass the 40th parallel because of the military. So we're in a prison regardless. The only way you could free yourself from this prison is to free your mind and just be free with self. I always say they could imprison me physically, but they can never imprison my mind.
Right. Yeah,
And I know some.
prison, man. Sure.
I know people been through a lot with their parents, but I haven't been in their shoes. You know, like when Bex was speaking, that's how she feels. You know, that's her personal situation she went through. So the only one that could fix that problem is her. I mean, I could only say how I feel. I haven't lived through that. But regardless of situations, your parents still gave you life. And I think the system plays a lot of part in destroying homes. You know, parents work all day. Some parents work so much they can't even raise their child. They got hire people to do it for them, and they have no relationship with their children. But they do it by choice. And then their excuse is, well, I had to make money to support. Fuck this system.
That's how I was raised for the most part. But my mom still did stuff with us on the weekends when she was off. And in the summer.
The more I speak to people, because people have their mother and father, they would have a better life, or even. And then you start to realize that ain't the case. Actually, people that had it better off with money and a big house, their parents are never there. They didn't have parents either, because they were out working to pay for the house. And I thought only poor people had abusive parents, and that ain't true either. Your tribe, you're from Alaska?
Yeah.
Have they mostly been westernized? Or do you still practice you guys' roots?
My family does, yeah. Me personally, not really.
She's a city native, what she said.
Because my Germanic roots were severed when my family left Germany, Poland, and came here. I don't even speak my native tongue, or however people want to put it. I don't speak the language. So Western civilization's uprooted my roots. I've been westernized.
I'm more of a city native. I was born and raised in Anchorage.
I told you, got yourself a city native.
Yeah, that's westernized. The Europeans have been doing that to the tribes.
Somewhat. I know they're. I only know a little bit of my language. My family's native tongue. Only because I was taught it.
Her family knows it, though.
My family will speak it in front of me.
That's a beautiful thing.
Like,
I got a lot of respect for the native tribes.
Me too.
They stood their ground, and they refused to. They were almost forced to not practice their beliefs, and they stood their ground, and they have so much love for their ancestors. It taught me a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot to there's a lot to learn from the natives. A lot. One thing I've learned: don't give a native a spear, anything that could be used like a spear. Your ass will get speared. When you ask them to toss you a pole, they spear chuck that shit.
You're never gonna give that up, are you?
No, this shit hurt. Fucking got me right on my shoulder. They haven't lost their hunting instincts. They can still chuck spears great. Even the women.
I think if I went into the Olympics, I would win.
I wish we had that on film. That would have been hilarious. Yeah, you probably would. Fucking speared the fuck out of me. You're muted, Charles. You must be doing something.
My stupid cat. Well, she ain't stupid, but crying, y'all. My cat crying like the neighbors must think I'm slaughtering animals in here. Crazy. My cat is insane. She eats like a champ.
That's good. Yeah, our dogs eat well. They do good. They eat real good. They're real healthy. I'm happy that they're healthy.
We got like 10 pounds of fucking pork chops.
Yeah. Yeah. It is good. Well, we need to get some sweet potatoes. Or just one, really. It's not need. That'll last like a whole week.
Okay.
Just one big sweet potato. Would be good. Yes. Well, fuck, man. It's been over 15 minutes, brother. I'm going to go ahead and get off here myself. I got stuff I got to go do.
I was just about to say it. I'm about to go eat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been way past the 15 minutes. That was like 45 minutes ago now. It's all good. It's fun talking on here. Bullshitting. Crazy subjects today, though. I like it, though. It's got me thinking. A couple different cool subjects we were talking about today. So, yeah, man, it was tight. It was a good one.
Man, I don't know. Maybe I'll go live later.
Yeah. Okay. I might be able to get on later if you're live. I can always I'll definitely watch for sure. Really, I'll be in chat at the minimum.
All right.
I got to clean up my living room a lot today. Yesterday, I got the Focus. Me and Flora cleaned the Focus and gave it a bath, and it looks really nice now. So, made an ad on Facebook last night, Marketplace, for that thing, trying to sell that car too. So, just because, you know, yeah, a little behind on bills, but I'll catch up. I'll be okay. No problem.
You're gonna find a bunch of gold.
I hope so. I mean, Ivan's supposed to be back like tomorrow, I think. No, it's gonna be like it's today or tomorrow. He might be back.
I would have been calling him and be like, "You don't want to make money, Ivan.
No,
You just want to live in the Philippines."
No, I also got to clean out my S10. Well, I'm not cleaning it out. It's clean it. It's got to reorganize it so it's like set up for mining now instead of just turning wrenches, you know. So I got to do that too.
Thank you, no.
Because we'll be mining. I'll be mining again in like 3 or 4 days. So, about to be gone out of town again, man. So maybe Flora watching the stream instead of me. What Charles say today?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call her.
I wonder if Lucid's watching.
I'll send you some pictures and shit though, man. Like, cause I'll still be able to go. Like, because we might go.
I'm about to call Lucid right now.
The one mine where the Hard Rock is, because we also dredge there. And if I'm there, I got reception. Like, I might be able to watch out there, but I don't know if I'm able to get on stream because the reception is not the greatest. But I'll definitely be able to get in chat and watch. You know, so I'll be able to still be interacting a little with the community while I'm out there. If I'm at this one location, I think that's where we're going to. This is where the RV is. Being the camper, then you can go too if you want. But for now, I need you in town making $100 a day for rent. We'll be all right. We'll figure it out. Yeah, got lots to do, man. Shit. But
all right. I'm gonna jump off. Peace to everybody.
Yeah.
And
have a good one.
I don't know. You too. I'll check y'all later.
For sure, man. Have a good day, bro.
You too.
Later, everybody. Much love in the chat. Peace.
Peace and salute to everybody.